As you know, Father Martin, if you recall, I made a pilgrimage.
I know.
I went to the Vatican.
Yes.
And I went to the Sistine Chapel, and I did all the things that one does. And by the way, Father, it was very interesting. When we arrived at the Vatican, there was a massive, massive crowd there. And we were kind of looking around saying, wow, look at all the people. What in the world is going on? And somebody turned around and said, you mean you don't know? The Pope's going to be here in 5 minutes. And so we got to watch and listen to the Pope, which I thought was quite a treat. That was just very lucky.
That was just lucky, if you want to call that luck, yes.
True. Good point. Then we went to the Sistine Chapel. And though we did not get an opportunity to go to the labyrinths beneath the Vatican, Father, I must tell you, the Sistine Chapel is in itself something of a labyrinth.
Oh, it is. It is. I have lain on my back looking at the ceiling for hours, after hours, when I could do that. Just looking at the ceiling.
I fully understand. You come out of there, out of this long labyrinth, with a crook in your neck because you've been looking up all the way.
That's right.
But here's what was really unusual, Father. My wife is a Catholic, as you know, Ramona, and as soon as we walked into the Sistine Chapel, the first thing we saw was this gigantic globe. And you know what was on the globe? It had all 12 signs of the zodiac.
That's right.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I was so amazed that I had Ramona stand there and point to her birth sign on the globe, and I took a photograph and put it up on the website. It's up there right now. And I was going to come home and ask you, what in the world is something astrological doing in the Vatican?
Well, actually, Art, it's a historical fact that several popes over several centuries always kept an astrologer.
Really?
Oh, yes. And the astrologer was noted for his Catholicism. It was always a man. And they consulted him about the affairs of state, whether it was advisable to do this, to that, to the other.
Really?
For hundreds of years. Oh,
now,
yes.
Somehow I'm a little lost here, Father, because I always thought that the only person a pope would consult with would be God in prayer, and that influence of the planets wouldn't enter into it.
Well,
not with Catholicism.
I know, strictly speaking, one would expect that, but they considered it a one way which God would advise them to do things. A wise Catholic astrologer who would be studying the movement of the planets and would see in the conjunction or the separation or the rearrangement of the planets an indication of favorableness for this move or that move on the part of the Holy Father.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Do you know that tonight as we speak, 8 planets are in alignment?
Yes, I was told that. I haven't got out to look at them because I really have something else to do, much less present and watching the planets because I'm terribly interested in the stars. But I would love to see them. That is
absolutely remarkable. Now, what is the modern Church's attitude with regard to astrology?
It depends on the modern churchman. Certainly the present Holy Father does not consult, has not got and does not consult astrologers. There is nothing inherently against Catholic teaching or Catholic faith in astrology, provided that you see it all beneath the hand of God. Because, again, the Catholic doctrine is that God can manifest His will and tell you what to do in your life through various material happenings. And one of them is the arrangement of the planets. So there's nothing against faith. What would be against faith is one placed all one's trust in that and relied on that to be the deciding factor about life and death, and that's forbidden.
That nevertheless seems to be a very liberal interpretation.
Yes, it is.
Particularly for popes of many years ago.
I know, for hundreds of years, Art. Hundreds of years, literally. Certainly, you could say that between, say, as a cliche date, 1200 and, say, middle of the 1600s, it was very common. Very common.
Well, then I think the church is to be applauded for not erasing history that perhaps today it would not rather recall.
That's right. That's right. And actually, yeah, they don't emphasize it nowadays at all. And besides, you see, nowadays astrology has become the purview of people who don't believe in God, at least according to the Catholic faith anyway. So they emphasize it less. And then there have been abuses of astrology, of course. There are stories and novels and books and real factual histories about people who consulted the stars and therefore decided to go and assassinate somebody or to steal something.
Sure.
So that's where it goes over the edge. But as a means of knowing God's will, no, some folks wouldn't travel without their astrologer.
That's really an amazing
Would not travel
thing.
without them.
All right.
It is surprising art. There's no doubt about that.
Indeed. And then there were a couple of other things that struck me and will be with me for all of the rest of my life. I believe in God, Father,
Sure.
but I am skeptical about things that I can't touch and prove. I can't help it.
Yeah.
However, while I was there, I also got to go to Bethlehem and Jerusalem. And I saw,
interesting.
yeah, and I saw the exact place where Christ was born and where the final crucifixion took place. And I must tell you that, along with my experience in North Africa, there are almost not words to describe the difference between talking about it, hearing about it all your life in Sunday school, early in Sunday school, but then suddenly being there and being in that spot, and you know that you really, really know, and I can't even convey in words.
I know you can't, and nobody can, Art, and I know exactly what you're talking about. There's no way you can tell it, but there's something in that place, those places.
Oh boy, is there ever.
Yeah, and you know, Art, look at it in broad level for the moment. Take even a broader view of it. If you go and visit the battlefield of Waterloo in Belgium,
right,
or the Alamo in Texas,
sure,
something grips you there.
Some of the same sort of feeling, but not nearly as strong.
Oh no, it's not nearly as awesome. Awesome is the word. It's awesome.
I guess that's the best word you can come up with, but I really haven't found words to convey to my audience, and I really have tried.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
So I was. It was an amazing.
If you couldn't do it, it means it's rather difficult. You are a master of words.
There really are some things that words there are not words for.
That's right. They go beyond. The feelings are too deep, and the experience is too real. Human word.
It's like it drives something right through you.
It
and
does.
I'm going to leave it at that because I really can't explain it.
No.
Anyway, that was incredible.
But I'm so glad. I'm so glad you saw those places.
Then, after I called you the other day, Father, and I found out happily you were not dead, the next night, I think it was Sunday,
yes,
on 60 Minutes, lo and behold, they put a picture of your book, Hostage to the Devil, on the screen in connection with a story they ran.
That's right.
And
Dr. Olson.
And Dr. Olson. I think I had given you the first news of that, and I'll bet lots of other people have talked about it since.
But you were the first. You were the first to tell me about it. And my eyes popped out in the place when I saw it.
All right, to give everybody some sort of background, this is with regard to a 60-minute story about a lady with multiple personality disorder, a Wisconsin woman, who went to a doctor, and the doctor said she had 126 different personalities, distinct and different personalities. Over many years, he treated her, Dr. Kenneth Olson, and the allegation is that he hypnotized her and that he actually put these personalities into her, including the Bride of Satan, teenage boys, you name it, she had it. It cost hundreds of thousands of dollars in insurance money. Hypnosis again and again and again over years and years and years, and then finally culminating in this psychiatrist performing an exorcism.
I know.
They said, based on your book, hostage to the devil.
Right, using the formula put in the back of that book.
And, by the way, he thought, I guess, that it was a success, that it had successfully exorcised her. And so there's a lot of legal battling and lawsuits pending and so forth and so on over all of this. But I thought I would try and get your reaction to that.
Well, I'll tell you my reaction, Art, is this. And don't be very surprised at this. My reaction is great fear for the safety of Dr. Olson. And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
The essence of exorcism, performing an exorcism, is a clash between the exorcist and the demon allegedly possessing somebody who is to be exorcised.
Yeah.
And it's not simply a prayer, and it's not simply a blessing. It is an actual
battle.
clash,
It's like a
conversation.
battle. Like a battle.
Yeah. And you can only do that, according to the theory, the belief, you can only do that with immunity, because you're facing, allegedly, according to faith, you're facing an archangel, albeit a fallen archangel, called Lucifer. And that archangel has an intellect and resources far beyond anything any human being commands. And in order to tussle with him, tangle with it, or him, or it, or whatever we want to call it, because he has no gender,
Right.
in order to do that, you have to have the authority to say, what is your name? Why are you here? When did it start? And get out. And in order to do that, you have to have permission. And that's why we always counsel people, never on their own bat, to tangle with anything really demonic, because if you do, you're going to lose. And if I could talk, which I can't on account of privileged communication, I could tell very, very scary and awesome stories, frightening stories about psychiatrists who did try and exorcise without any authority and became possessed themselves.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They tackled an enemy far stronger than they, with no immunity, no authority.
Well, remember in past shows, Father, people have called and said, I have done exorcism. Lay
Yes.
people.
Yeah.
And you have said, yes, it is possible,
It is possible.
but
It's possible.
apparently very dangerous.
It's very dangerous, and I don't know with what authority they did it. I do know one Lutheran pastor who has authority from his church and successfully exorcises. It is a very rare thing. You see, the only proof is that the person in question is completely healed. Completely healed. And Art, let me tell you, there is no healing more peaceful, more lovely, more joyous, more confident, more human than the healing of somebody by exorcism. It is so beautiful. It's like a sunrise on a calm upland meadow after a devastating hurricane.
Well, the people who would defend the doctor, I'm sure, would say that he did this as a final resort.
Oh, yes, I'm sure.
However, his detractors would say he's the one who put the 126 different personalities into her in the first place.
The reality is something else. And as you know, Art, you're a very well-read man and a studied man in this matter. The whole theory of MPDs, multiple personality disorder,
Yes.
is very much, for the psychiatric community, very much up in the air.
Oh, very much. Yes, the suggestion being that under hypnosis, these are induced by by the psychiatrist.
That's right. And we do know nowadays, especially since the end of the Second World War and the transport of Hitler's mind control experts to this country,
Yes.
we do know now that programming can be very deep and very effective and can really achieve what... Remember that book, The Manchurian Candidate?
Of course.
It can achieve that, and we do use it.
All right, Father, stand by. We're at the bottom of the hour, and when we come back, I'm going to ask Father Malachi, as some TV show says on CNN, the big question with regard to MBT, whether it relates in some way to exorcism, and how you really know the difference between a personality instilled under hypnosis and the real McCoy. This is Coast to Coast AM. Father, I want to ask you what they call the big question here that I've worked up. How do you know? Look, Father, I take it you have probably done more exorcisms than anybody else in this country. Is that?
I don't know. I really don't, because it's a very compartmented trade, if I can put it that.
Trade.
Very compartmented profession. You don't communicate. I've just come across a marvelous exorcist who's been functioning in a certain area of the Midwest, and I never knew he existed. It's just we didn't overlap.
Understood.
We never overlapped.
So it's not talked about a lot, really.
No, it's not. You don't communicate very much because laws of privacy govern everything in this matter, because nobody who has genuinely been possessed and genuinely been cured ever wants anybody to know about it.
Okay, well, that's really where my question goes. Now, apparently, the allegation is this woman had these personalities inserted into her through hypnosis. How do you delineate, how do you know that some of the people that you have not performed exorcisms on are not people who have been victims of this induced MPD?
It's one of the things we have been alerted to from the mid-70s art, because we came across very accurate information about the programmers that do exist, that did exist then and do exist today. And we formed criteria, principles by which to judge that. And it's not a simple matter, but it can be done. And more than once, I have dismissed people who applied for exorcism, saying, no, there's no exorcism here at all. Who is your psychiatrist? Or who is your psychologist? Or who is your whatever, your guru, your channeler, or whatever it was?
One would presume that usually prior to coming to somebody like yourself, people would have been to a psychiatrist or two or three.
Usually they come to a psychiatrist, actually. A psychiatrist will write to you and say, dear Father Martin, dear Dr. Martin, look, I have a patient, blah, 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 blah. And he or she, here's the etiology of it all. Would you have a talk with them?
Without discussing specific cases, Father,
yes.
How many times have you begun to investigate a possible exorcism and then rejected it?
7 out of 10 cases.
7 out of 10?
Yep. Because you see, there's also the question of disease. Some people, for instance, with La Tourette syndrome are used to be confused with possession.
Yes.
And La Tourette syndrome just has a lot of the behaviorisms of possessed people, but it's not possession. And then there's Huntington's chorea. And then there are forms of schizophrenia, phases of schizophrenia. There are schizophrenia, but not possession. And then, by the way, there are forms of possession that are very like schizophrenia, and the demon hides behind the schizophrenic manifestations.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah, it is. There's a double whammy there. So you've got to undo all that. And you can only undo all that if you have authority. You can't just do it because you say, well, okay, now tell me what's the truth. Are you there or not? It's nothing like that. It's a far more...
Are you allowed to discuss the tests?
Yes. The tests are if you want to start at the beginning, first of all, you ensure that there's nothing physical, that there isn't a tumor in the brain, there isn't transgenerational insanity, there isn't alcoholism, there isn't a drug addiction. You must assure yourself of all those things. And if there is it masking something else? or is it simply that alone? First of all, you must check them physically. They must be checked physically. Because there are always physical manifestations out. And then, having done that, you check them psychologically. Not by psychoanalysis exactly, but competent psychologists must examine them, talk to them, examine them anyway, even if they can't talk to them. Sometimes they refuse to talk. And they must make up their minds if it's some form of psychosis or neurosis or something psychological or something that's indefinable and that has no explanation in the diagnostic manual for psychiatry. In that case, then, the attitude is, okay, let's try exorcism. And then you start off formally into exorcism. And that means then talking to the person in question or to the people who know them, if it's a child or a young person or a husband or a wife, etc., people who know them and finding out how they've lived and when it started and what happened and what distresses people, why have they come to you, what has the psychiatrist said. If they come to a psychiatrist, usually the psychiatrist will tell you what he or she has found out about them and say, this is the baffling thing about it, and this is why I would turn to you on a religious plane rather than on a psychoanalytic plane or psychological plane or psychiatric plane. And therefore you eliminate possibilities of disease, physical disease, and you eliminate the possibility of hoax, and you eliminate the possibility of something to do with insanity or psychological irregularity of some kind or other.
Okay, but once all of that is gone, and
then you make an appointment to start your exorcism. And it actually, Art, once you start into something like that formally, having arranged everything in the usual way, and I can describe that in a few sentences to you, within 10 minutes or 20 minutes, you know if you're dealing with possession.
that quick.
Oh, yeah. Because, you see, the power of an exorcist, if he has authority, the power of the exorcist is such that it evokes a response. It evokes a response.
And the battle begins.
The battle begins. If he is skillful, he can be fooled. He can be deceived.
Have you been?
No, but I've assisted at exorcisms when I was younger, where the person was baffled and deceived and outwitted. And I knew it, but I wasn't in charge. And you don't interfere.
Outwitted.
Yeah,
That's
outwitted.
an interesting term.
Yes, it is.
In other words, the strength of your faith alone, even if you have absolute faith, might not be enough. You could still be outwitted.
That's exactly it, Art. You've got it. That's exactly it. You can be outwitted by a cleverer mind and a quicker intellect and a more resourceful intellect and above all a much more ruthless intellect, which also is probably acquainted with you, the exorcist, to a certain extent, and therefore knows your weaknesses and knows what to tap to evoke false judgments.
That's really quite remarkable to consider because I suppose the purist would suggest that an absolute rock-solid faith would be sufficient or should be sufficient with God's power behind you, but actually there are other aspects, including wit. In other words, that you not be fooled by somebody brighter than yourself.
That's right, intelligence. There's nothing can beat intelligence when it gets down to brass tacks. A fight like this, because it's a real struggle. And see, we humans, as such, we are inclined to, not pride exactly, but we're inclined to be very fascinated by some intellectual problem. And we can be lulled into accepting a situation where we fall under the influence of a superior intellect, because Usually, not always, but usually the demon has a superior mind compared to ours. Usually.
Well, that really must make you think several times as you go into an exorcism.
It does.
Because it is possible, and it's happened, hasn't it, Father, that exorcists have gone in and haven't come out, they've died.
That's right. They've come out of it and died, or they haven't come out of it and they've died. Or they've come out of it possessed. And possessed in a very, very pathetic way. I mean, worn out, useless.
What generally is, when that occurs, what does the church do?
Well, once upon a time when churchmen, bishops in other words, and the prelates of the church, when they really were in charge of this, because nowadays they're not. A lot of them don't believe in it at all. But when they had a regular system and a method of taking care of this aspect of life, they generally gave them very easy jobs as parish priests or in institutes to make it easy, because these men, there's no doubt about it that they lost their lives. So the church took care of them for the rest of their lives. It did. It was very mild and compassionate with them. And today? Today, first of all, there are far fewer exorcists than ever before. In a lot of dioceses, for instance, in Detroit, in the diocese of Detroit, there is no formal exorcist at all. So if you want to have an exorcism in that area, you have to go to the cardinal, it's the cardinal in charge, and say, listen, Bishop so-and-so of such and such a diocese has an exorcist. May he come in and do it, because he can't do it in somebody else's diocese unless he has authority and permission. And it becomes very awkward then. Sometimes the bishop says no. Sometimes the bishop says yes. Sometimes the answer is very peculiar. Sometimes a bishop who is not respected very much for his Catholicity is quite willing to experiment. It's very funny. You never know what's going to happen. So it could be in this day and age, Father, that a priest who would perform an exorcism and would come out of it basically a vegetable would not be taken care of by the church. No, would not be taken care of. His family takes care of him, or he goes to a home, or I know one or two who ended up in state farms. It's a grim affair. It's a grim affair nowadays. All right, I've got something I need to ask you about. What's that? I do a lot of different things on the air, sometimes foolish things. I doubt that. I do. No, I do. And I wanted to talk to a witch. A broom riding, I said a broom riding. A broom riding witch. Yeah, the real McCoy, real witch. Yes. And so I went on a witch hunt. And I found this young lady who calls herself Harlot. And I interviewed this young lady. Yes. And turns out she called herself a witch, Father, but what she really was a Satanist. I interviewed her over a period of, about 4 hours or so, and trust me, she was the real McCoy. She scared me to death, and it really scared it out of you. Full of hail Satans and all that kind of thing. It's extremely serious. At first, I thought she wasn't serious, but trust me, she was. She was married to a man who killed her daughter. Now, she knew that this was coming, and toward the end of this interview, this 4-hour interview, I was mind blown, and I said, has it occurred to you that you obviously, willingly, are going to go to hell? And she said, yes, I know, I accept that, I look forward to that. That's right. I said, but your daughter, your innocent young daughter, who was murdered by your ex-husband, what about her? She won't be with you. And you know what she said? She said, no, you're wrong, because I knew it was coming, and before she was killed, I took steps to ensure she would be in hell with me. And that stopped me cold. What age was the daughter when she was killed?
I can't remember. It was like 3 or 4. Young.
Yeah. Well, the terrible thing about it, Art, is, a general remark, that children, through their parents, can be made belong to a demon.
They can.
Through their parents.
How can that be, Father? In a world that I guess I don't properly understand.
Yeah, it's difficult to express it. But we have cases. We have frightening cases of it. And by the way, we have also got cases where the parents, Satanist worshippers, Luciferians really,
yes,
and generational Luciferians, that is, the ran in the family, who they tried to do the same to their children and failed. Some children accepted it, some didn't.
Well, that would imply an age of understanding, but...
yes, it's extraordinary, the understanding they have, though, Art. It's frightening. At the age of 3.5, 4. It's astounding. In certain cases. In other cases, no, they're dull. They're like little children, which they are, and they don't, there's no harm done. But there are cases,
there's some part of me, Father, that just can't grasp this, that an innocent child could be literally taken to hell by the mother in this case.
Cease to be innocent. Cease to be innocent. You see, actually, Art, when you think of it, there have been cases in history where children of an age, a tender age, as we say, 3 and 4, turned out to be very willful. There are rare cases, I know that. They're very rare cases. But it does happen.
But even under our laws, a child of 3 or 4 could never be charged with...
Never.
Held responsible for in any way...
Never.
What some child at that age would do.
That's right.
So, I'm sure you get this kind of question all the time, but how could a merciful God allow this to occur to a child that young? How could this woman's will make that happen?
I have no answer to that. I do know it happens. I do know that there's full consent on the part of the child. I do know that they have a development of will and mind that frightens you when you come across it. You know you're in the presence of a tiny body which is as developed as your will, your adult will, although not with the experience. And it's a very frightening thing.
Boy, it's a scary
like
world
a
we live in.
dog.
You know, I sort of half expected you to say, don't worry, that child is not in hell.
Well,
but that isn't what it says.
As to who finally ends up in hell, Art, that is something reserved to God. We don't know. And she, the mother, may have thought she made quite sure about it. She may not have had, because the final decision is not hers, it's God's.
Yes, but your answer is she could have done it.
Oh, yes.
Wow.
Oh, yes.
All right. Father Malachi Martin is my guest. Hold on, Father. You've got a good break here. And we'll be back after the top of the hour. You know, I guess that's the answer I didn't want to hear. That was quite an interview. Anyway, we'll leave it at that, and I'm going to have to think this one over. Father Malachi Martin will be right back. This is Coast to Coast AM. Here once again is Father Malachi Martin. Father, welcome back.
Thank you.
I've got a really hard question I'm going to ask you, hard for me. But first I want to ask you, in previous programs you and I have done, we have talked not just about people possessed requiring exorcism, but people in a different category, people that you have called perfectly possessed. Now, frequently these people are very successful, have a great deal of money and influence and power.
Usually, yeah.
Usually, yes. And there are many of them. And you said when you walk down the street, you know them when you see them.
Yes, you always do. They know you.
They know you.
Yeah.
In what manner would you know this person? Can you put words to it?
No, it's one thing you can't put words to it, but it's the unseen signals. It's like you sense that they sense you are both totally alien to each other. Totally alien to each other.
So you definitely...
It's beyond hate. Sorry, for interrupting you. It's beyond hate, even. It's total alien. Nothing in common at all. And it's not a teeth-gritting, shivering thing. No, it's not. It's. I don't know if ever in your life, Art, you were in imminent danger of being killed, not of dying. A lot of people have, like myself, with a heart attack, two heart attacks, etc. That's of dying, but of being killed. And there were only two times in my life, which we can talk about some other time, and not to be divagate the conversation too much, when I could have been killed, literally.
Right.
But then when you are in that, when it's certain that unless something happens, you are going to be killed, a strange calm comes over you. Because then it's sure.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't escape.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get out of it. And unless something happens, you're going to be killed, literally. No, you're not going to die. You're going to be killed. And it's a strange calmness. It's cold reality. And it's beyond the shivering cold. It's just, that's the feeling you have when you recognize them and they recognize you. You know this cold reality, and it's beyond hate. It's total alienation.
Okay, the perfectly possessed person, if I understood correctly your explanation before, is a person who, in fact, has made a pact with the devil.
The ultimate.
To be successful, to get what he wants in the world, whatever reason, maybe even to get a woman. Who knows for what reason he's made a pact with the devil.
That doesn't make him perfectly possessed. It just puts him in possession. Perfect possession is something beyond that.
But I mean, he's utterly satisfied with his deal.
Completely.
The reason I ask is as follows. I have been in the radio business for 25, 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
And like many people in radio, for many of the early years, I struggled and, about half starved to death like people do in radio. I mean, that's the way it is.
Of course.
And it's been a passion for me, without question.
Great.
And like everybody else, or maybe unlike so many others, I have been very fortunate, and in recent years, my career has just, skyrocketed.
That's right. Thank God.
Thank God. But I've got to tell you, I don't ever recall any time that I said that I'd give anything, I'd give my soul, or anything like that. I don't recall a time like that.
No, I'm sure you didn't.
But since I've had this much success, there have been some times, particularly, I must say, since I heard you describe the perfectly possessed, when I have worried, did I do something mentally? Did I make some pact that I'm not consciously recalling? I worry constantly. It's like...
Yeah. Let me make a remark about that. Perfect possession is consequent on a very consciously taken step. It's not something that's implicit. To make a contrast, we now get young people, 20-somethings or 30-somethings in age, and they do come and say, look, I made a pact with the devil because I needed this job, I needed this woman, I really wanted to marry her, and I wanted to get this job abroad, and I want to get this loan, and
right.
and now I can't get rid of it. That's something else. They were simply very stupid and foolish, and generally they can be helped. And it's a thing they regret. Be perfectly possessed through a certain graduation. It's a gradual thing. It's not suddenly overnight. The devil doesn't appear in the morning with a scroll and say, sign this and your 50 years of happiness, may you come to hell with me. The Faustian picture, Aristophanes.
Yeah, Hollywood.
That's right. And Goethe's play, Faust. It's not that. It's a gradual thing where the person slowly but surely concedes, surrenders their will, every fiber of their will, and therefore of their being, and acquiesce totally in it, and are rewarded by their master, and utterly conscious. There's nothing implicit about it. There's nothing. It isn't slid by them.
You're saying I would know it if that was.
Oh yes, you'd know it a mile away. You'd know it a mile away.
I think that it is a malady suffered by many people who are successful. They don't fully understand the nature of their success, and sometimes it seems like there are other forces at work. In other words, you question your own success, and that's one of the things, ever since talking to you, that I've been worried about.
Actually, you see, there's no doubt about it that the evil around us, because there is evil around us as well as good, does make inroads in us through pride and vanity and desire and ambition and lust, etc. All those things. And those make inroads in us, and that does prick our conscience. There's no doubt about that. But the total surrender and acceptance of Luciferian being, because that's what takes place in the perfectly possessed, that is something that cannot be done implicitly or overnight or by accident or be slipped into your life without you knowing it. Oh, no. No.
I think it's... You struggle, you know, a lot of people are just hearing this show and me for the first time think, an overnight success. Well, I'm an overnight success. It's been at it for about 30 years. of overnights. Nevertheless, though, the real success did come recently in the last couple of years, and it has been absolutely astounding, and I really, really have been worried.
Well, Art, that is, I mean... Look, from my vantage point, looking on the outside in at you, it seems to be the logical progression of a very devoted and intelligent career in radio, and you've reached a culmination. Now, there's this part about it. Nobody achieves the amount of affiliated associates that you have, and the name you've got. Nobody reaches that without a special destiny from Christ, because not everybody does it. And you have a profound influence on millions, and that means that you, from this point of view, as a radio man, that you are working on universal lines that affect the macro government of people's souls. And that's a responsibility. It really is.
I know.
That for me, that's the telling point that, sure, somebody can work like a dog, work the little bottom off, as they say, and not get to where you are, but you got there, and that was because your destiny was that you were to do that. Given your talents and given your will and given the opportunities which were given to you.
Obsession would be a good word. I'm obsessed with what I do. I love it.
Yeah, I know. Well, obsession, since we're talking in the context of exorcism, obsession is a very professional word with us. I wouldn't use it about it at all. I'd say you're utterly devoted. And because obsessed is something else.
Close to possessed, huh?
Yeah. Obsessed in that good sense, yeah. Not even in the Calvin Klein meaning obsession. I can make a sort of a joke.
Yes, I could use a joke.
Yes. But I know it's a question of destiny. De facto, your destiny before you were born, before you were conceived, before your parents were married, was such that you would achieve this eminence. And apparently, it fits into God's plan.
Oh, I hope
and I'm not saying that to butter you up, not buttering you up at all. I'm loading on your shoulders, broader though they may be, a responsibility that ain't easy, because he will look you straight in the eye, Art, one day when you pass over, and say, "Now tell me, Art, how did you really do?"
I worried all the way. I worried all the way. You know, you discussed the responsibility. I worry all the time about the responsibility. As a matter of fact, I don't think that somebody in my position should have as much influence as I can have. It worries me all the time.
I know. Well, I'm sure all the other eminent men in various fields say the same thing. And I without breaking confidences, you speak about me as having worked with 2 popes, and I did. And I've worked with very eminent men, and behind the scenes, the best of them used to shed tears over their weaknesses.
Really?
And over their fears. Yeah. And then straighten the hump on their shoulders, as they say, and march ahead.
That's it, all right. That's it, all right.
Yep.
Let me read you this from the UK News. This just came in today from the United Kingdom News.
Yep.
It appears that some of those who have passed over to the spirit world are unwilling to be kept from the pleasures of the flesh. Listen to this. A Blackpool woman called a priest, 2 psychics, and a Mormon missionary to try to rid her of a ghost that she claimed regularly sexually attacked her. The attacks began in 1994 when she felt something climbing into bed with her. She claimed it pulled off the towel she was wearing about her head and said it was going to make love to her. Then she felt a, quote, vile, end quote, sensation, quote, like tiny needles trying to pierce my skin, end quote. What does that sound like to you?
Well, I'll tell you. Coincidentally, I'm dealing with at least 2 cases of people, 1 male, 1 female, who are assaulted, mainly in bed. And the assault is never pleasant, but it is sexual. And there's no doubt about it, there's demonic activity around them, and they've let themselves in for it.
They let themselves in for it?
Yes, they did. They made mistakes, they made errors, and they have to pay for it, and they are paying for it, thank God. And they are doing penance, and they're taking good direction, but they have to liquidate. And though it may sound funny to you, not funny, but it may sound peculiar to you, I keep saying to them, look, it's far better that you liquidate here your guilt than that you do it in purgatory.
How do you liquidate here your
By this, that if in this life you get suffering, either physical and mental suffering.
Yes.
I don't believe there's such thing as physical suffering without mental suffering. But anyway, if you do that, and you have the grace of God, and you offer it up in union, but this is Catholicism, in union with the pains of Jesus, the Savior, whose pains did save us, then you do merit to liquidate the punishment due to your sins.
Penance, actual suffering, mental and physical.
That's why when you haven't got pains and aches, for instance, I've normally got a very healthy body, so if I want to do penance, I've got to fast. You have to devise means of not hurting yourself, but depriving yourself of creaturely comforts, which are perfectly legitimate. Because Christ himself said, these demons are cast out only by prayer and fasting. And it is a tradition in Christianity, and by the way, in Islam too, and in Judaism, but we're talking about Christians, about Catholicism in particular, it is their tradition that by fasting and by doing penance, you do get rid of demonic influence, and you do also do penance for your sins. And there's no doubt about it that if you have a horrible cancer, say a multilocal cancer, in your skull,
yes,
your brain, and you suffer the pains of it,
yes,
you can liquidate whatever guilt is due to sins, even though the sins themselves are forgiven. There's always some punishment due to it. That's the doctrine of Catholicism, and it was lost in the Reformation.
And yet, Father, people come down with these horrible cancers that give them horrible deaths all the time, and it sometimes it seems like the very best people die early. Such terrible deaths.
I know. I see it every week of my life.
So then, how does that fit in?
Well, it fits in the sense that, of course, each one is different. Each person is different, and I've never found two patients reacting in the same way. But it's always a question of how they will take it, as the will of God or as simply an affliction, and they count it as a curse. And they can count it as a hidden blessing.
Father, we are once again at the bottom of the hour, so just rest a moment. It just flies by, doesn't it? This is Coast to Coast AM. Anybody have a sense of humor out there? The devil went down. Father Malachi Martin is my guest from Manhattan. And, Father, I have interviewed many people who claim to do past life regressions.
Yes.
I have interviewed many New Age types who claim that they have had near-death experiences, that there is no such thing as hell, that nobody ever goes to hell, and that in all of their regressions and the thousands of regressions they've done, they've never encountered hell. Well, let me tell you, I've got an article here from the London Telegraph, and I want to read you a little bit about it and ask you about it. Quoting, terrifying accounts of gravely ill people who claim to have been dragged to the very gates of hell by demons are now to be studied scientifically for the first time by a British psychologist. The existence of so-called near-death experiences, or NDEs, in which dying people report having mystical sensations before being resuscitated, is now widely accepted by doctors and scientists. Their cause is unknown, but they typically involve a feeling of deep peace, followed by a sensation of floating up through a tunnel toward a bright light and into a beautiful kingdom. We've all heard that. Continuing, but now it is becoming clear that for some people, NDEs are far from blissful. Instead of a feeling of floating upwards, they report being pulled downward toward a pit inhabited by demons. The experiences of Evelyn Hazel, a London-based art historian, as she fought for life against meningitis, are typical. Quote, I had reached a critical stage in the illness, and I was hovering between life and death. I was aware of being involved in an intense and very real struggle for my life. She told the Telegraph, continuing the quote, a three-legged being, rather like the Isle of Man symbol, was pulling both my legs down to infinite depths. And I knew, without any doubt, that if I relaxed and I gave in, I would be dead. I believe this struggle went on for some considerable time, and eventually I managed to break away from whatever it was pulling me down. And so they're doing actual scientific studies now, not on the typical light and light beings and relatives greeting you in tunnel stories,
yes,
but on people who went the other way. Hell is a real place?
Yes, a real place, in the sense that it is a place that it has every place has a where. You know, if you say Peru, it's a real place. You say, where is it? It's got a real location, a real where. We do not know the exact location of hell.
Oh, I didn't mean a geographic location, Father.
Okay. No, it's a real place. Yes, it is.
We don't know the geographic location of heaven either.
No, we don't. We don't. That's a distinct thing.
But I guess my question is, hell is as real a place as heaven?
Yes, as real. As real. And so is purgatory. In between, it's as real. Now, it is impossible to deny the fact, because so many people have had near-death experiences, NDEs,
right,
of both kinds. It is impossible. We can't explain it exactly, but it is there. It does take place. And the similarity between the NDEs is amazing. It does point to some unity caused by one thing, one particular experience that they all have had. And the demonic also. The
big difference, Father, is that people who have had an experience like this lady don't talk about it. They don't talk about it. I mean, sure, if you go to a place of light and love and you realize that you would be in heaven if you really pass on, fine, you can talk about that.
Yeah.
But if you've been to hell, you're not really likely to...
You don't come back and tell us about it.
Not really.
Unless you come back. There have been cases of possession where damned souls do speak.
Where damned souls speak?
Yeah, do speak through the demon. But that's a question of... There are very, very peculiar cases, and they're very convoluted cases, and there are cases where people made special pacts with the demon. But they're very rare, but they do come back. At least they're allowed to talk, communicate, I should say. It's all very mysterious, and you stay away from it as much as possible as an exorcist. But it does come through at times, and it's a very disturbing experience, and it never leaves you.
Well, I would imagine a lot of priests have, even themselves, in their lives, moments of doubt about their own...
Very many.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct.
I would think, though, that doing what you have done, doing exorcisms,
yes,
must enforce your own faith in a way that the average priest will never have enforced.
That's right. That's right. It does. It does. There's no guarantee that you're going to succeed completely and persevere and go to heaven, but there's no doubt about it. It does reinforce it because you're up against it. You're up against the ultimate in evil. And at the central experience for any exorcist who has done exorcisms, even one exorcism, but anyway, exorcisms in general, is this. It is that memory burnt into you of total malice. Total malice. And it's very hard for the normal, even hardened criminals. They love somebody, their child, or their woman, or their mother, or their country. But to come across a mind which is total malice, nothing but malice, is something appalling. As I say, what it does to you is it freezes you.
I'm sure it does.
It freezes. And that is something which... does make you immediately think of God's beauty and God's compassion and God's love and of nice soft things and of eternal peace and compassion and holiness and goodness. It certainly confirms all that. It sends your soul into a wild dance towards God.
Well, I would imagine you've had lots of opportunities to see young priests assist you in exorcisms, and how do they come out of that generally, first time around?
First time around, they come out shaken, and they generally they vomit, and sometimes they're incontinent. They can't keep it in them.
Yes.
It's little they're frightened out of their lives. We laugh because it's embarrassing. In fact, the first time I assisted an exorcism in the United States, I was in bed. I was called up by an exorcist who said, "Malachi, my assistant has collapsed. Please come over and help me out." It was in the Bronx.
In the Bronx.
Yep. And the young man had collapsed because it's very unnerving in the beginning. It's very unnerving.
This is probably a very frivolous question, but I'm curious. Having done so many exorcisms, is there any geographic sense to exorcisms in the sense of more, for example, in large cities? I mean, there you are in New York City, is the biggest. Are there more by percentage, do you think, in the big cities than there are in the?
I'm sure that it will not meet with the approval of a lot of people, but I can pinpoint various cities and various areas in the USA,
Really?
Canada, and in Europe where
there are a disproportionate number?
Where evil of that kind flourishes. It's a funny thing.
Can you name a few? I mean, we're not going to really harm anybody by naming a few.
Well, I think, for instance, that there's a plethora of such things in Geneva, Switzerland.
Geneva,
Switzerland.
Neutral Geneva?
Neutral Geneva. Yeah. I think that, and I hope that we don't get assaulted for having said this, but it does seem that Louisville, Kentucky, has a fair share, more than, say, as far as we know, Santa Fe. And then there are areas in Manhattan where I wouldn't want to live, and they're not always in Avenue A, B, and C, or in the Bronx, for that matter. There are areas, there's no doubt about that, because the presence of evil entertained and accepted and wished and blessed and celebrated means that you have diabolic presence, demonic presence. That's all about it.
I live right over a mountain from Las Vegas. Now, Las Vegas is always generally portrayed in the media and elsewhere as the devil's playground.
Yeah, I think, that's romanticizing it. I never, in my whole experience, Las Vegas never stood out as a home of the devil's art.
No kidding. So in other words, it doesn't even stack up against Louisville.
No, it doesn't stack up against Louisville. It doesn't stack up against Chicago. It doesn't stack up against Vancouver.
Wait a minute. Vancouver, you say?
Yes. Doesn't stack up at all. But it's talking about the incidence of diabolic interference. It just doesn't.
So there really are. Do you have any thoughts on why there are hotspots like this?
I do not know. And a few years ago, more than a few, back in the 70s, we tried to create a profile of the possessible person.
Sure.
And the profile of the places. But we found out there was no profile. No, it was purely random. Neither education, nor sex, nor faith, nor culture, no riches, no poorness, poverty or riches, success or failure, black, white or sky blue, pink, yellow or red or green, whatever the color of your skin was.
So then possession is random.
It seems to be random.
Appears to be random.
Yeah, because, listen, like you, I know very naughty people. I mean, I know people who couldn't stand the glare of publicity on their business methods.
Sure.
And I know, and I have come across ladies of the night.
Yes.
In the street. I remember once, which I'll never forget, being confronted in New York, which I'll tell you about if you want to. And I've known a few people from the mafia who certainly, were rough diamonds and were used as soldiers. But they were simply naughty people. They weren't possessed.
Big difference.
Oh, huge difference. Huge difference.
Can a prostitute go to heaven?
Sure. I remember I was coming home late at night with my brother in the pelting rain. And we were both drenched already, but we had to walk. And we met a prostitute. We were both clerics, by the way, but we were muffled up with raincoats and hats and mufflers, etc.
Sure.
And my brother, who's now gone to God, said to a woman, "Don't you not know that you're putting your eternal soul in danger?" Bill was very sententious. My brother is a good man. And she pulled up her dress and pulled out a rosary beads and a prayer book out of her stocking and said, "Father, look, I say these every day. I have 5 little bastards which priest gave me. Pray for my soul." Wow.
Wow is right.
Oh, wow is wow. It really... it's
5 little bastards that priests gave me?
Yes. Yes. That's why I'm baking in the streets, prostitutes.
A real problem for the church, isn't it?
It is a real problem. And inevitably, in a church that enforces celibacy as the rule, you're going to have the difficulties. And we have it. And we've had a terrible rush of pedophilia.
I know.
In the dioceses of the USA. And in Canada, by God. And we're not finished yet. It's still going on. And there's the organization of the Roman Catholic Church. My church has been shaken up and hasn't settled down to anything regular yet. It hasn't made up its mind about things. And a good majority, a small majority, but a good majority of American bishops would wipe out the whole celibacy thing and allow priests to get married.
You don't agree with that, do you?
Well, I'll tell you something, Art. And I can only speak from point of view of experience. I was a chaplain to the U.S. Air Force in Turkey. And I remember we used to go to the radar domes that back in the good old days of the Cold War.
Oh, yes.
That they had ringed Russia with in the Black Sea.
Yes.
And I was always driven by Air Force officers. And by the way, it was an 18-beer trip. It was so warm. We had to have 18 beers apiece to last out. But we had talks, and the men would talk to me about anything and everything. And time again they said, "Father, look, we would never discuss these matters with you if you were married, like Woody. Woody was the Protestant chaplain. He was a very decent fella. The intimacy that celibacy allows a priest, because he belongs to nobody."
Yes.
Except the parishioner.
Yes.
And if he's really faithful to it, and if he doesn't have a eunuch face, which I'll explain to you what I mean by that, then he becomes special. See, it's a funny thing about celibacy, Art. Let me give you one small word on it from a celibate. That, I mean, either you practice celibacy and it becomes a positive thing, or else you're like somebody who's wearing a chastity belt and somebody's thrown away the key and you're looking for the key. There is a eunuch face.
I wish I could say I relate, Father, but I'm the kind of guy who sits and thinks, how can it be heaven without sex?
Well, actually, I understand you completely. My God, marriage is a beautiful thing and love is a beautiful thing. By the way, the most impressive thing in exorcism, the most disgusting thing, the most chilling thing in exorcism, apart from the malice, is the terrible demonic contempt for human love.
Yes.
Oh, God. Art, you have no idea what it's like. I mean, the contempt.
Well, it would be the greatest enemy, wouldn't it?
Of course. But the contempt for human lovemaking and human marriage and human love, the contempt is wounding. It wounds you when you come across it.
So there's actually, in a possession, there is a lot of sexual...
Of course.
Perversion.
Of course. And there's always a basis for it in reality. And any weakness that the exorcist has in that matter is brought out. It's like an old scar opened up. with whiplash.
Well, celibacy cannot be an easy thing.
No,
Not for a mortal man, not even a
no,
priest.
it's not. It's not, and it's by the way, it's not a sudden thing. It's a thing developed over a lifetime to make it a joyous thing, and not that you're a spoilsport and go around with a beatific smile. No, it's not that. It's a different thing.
Father, we've done it again. We're at the top of the hour. We'll be right back. Take a break. We'll be right back. This is Coast to Coast AM.
I see trees of green. I see the blue. But and I think to myself, what a wonderful.
All right, back to Father Malachi Martin. Father, a couple of quick fact questions, and then we'll go to the phones.
Yes.
All right. Here it is. While testing for exorcism qualities, has Father Martin ever found a person who was psychic themselves or had powers of telekinesis, the ability to move things physically, that was their own power that just looked like demonic abilities, or are all psychic powers demonic?
Listen, it may sound like a trite remark on my part. That is a very interesting question. And the reason is this, that there are three plateaus of reality. There's the physical reality, which we all know, space-time, the dimension in which we live and move and have our being.
Right.
There is the supernatural reality of God. And there is the middle plateau, whereon the demons exercise their gifts, and whereon those with psychic gifts have perceptions that baffle the rest of us.
And where they are able to move.
And where they're able to move.
I remember Major Ed Dames, this remote viewer that I have on from time to time, came on the program with you.
That's right. And it's a very dangerous plateau because it is very fascinating to move on that plateau, and it can involve you with demonic activity and become fascinating. Now, people with natural gifts of psychic perception, people that know things from afar, people that know your past life, people that can enjoy telekinesis, can do that sort of thing.
You just said people who can know your past life.
That's right.
I would have thought your position would have been that there are no past lives.
Well, no, I didn't mean past life. I meant what has happened since you, for instance, you're 45. They will know what happened to you.
I see. All right.
Not reincarnation. No.
All right, so there is real psychic power.
Oh, there is real psychic power. There's no doubt about that. And it's a very, very frightening thing when you meet it. And I've known young people, young boys and girls with it. And you have to teach them to how not to use it because it disturbs people very much. And then besides, it can also lead them onto the middle plateau where they can run into trouble.
All right, part two of this is a separate question.
Yes.
People have predicted the current pope will soon die, after which another pope will take control. The new pope has been predicted by some to be a dreaded betrayer of the faith, possibly involved in the coming of the Antichrist. How does Father Martin view the prophecy of the 111th pope, which would be the next pope?
Frankly, Art, the older I get, the less I know about it. I have a feeling in my bones that the miseries of the Roman Catholic organization as an organization, not simply as a spiritual church, but as an organization on the face of the earth, the miseries of that organization are just beginning, and that it is heading into a very difficult situation worldwide, and that there will be a lot of trouble in Rome itself. Now, as regards the health of the present Holy Father, it's very hard to know because he is a Polak, and a stubborn man.
Oh, he is.
And he keeps on saying, no, despite all these prophecies, because he hears them, all these doomsayers, I'm going to see the year 2000, and I'm going to go to Mount Sinai in the year 2000, and I'm going to go to Ur of the Chaldees, where Abraham started in the year 2000. I'm going to go to Jerusalem and Bethlehem and Calvary.
Well, if he's determined, then he may well make it.
He may well make it. Always take into account the will of God. I do not know. Frankly, in spite of my name, which is biblical, for a prophet, Malachi, I have no gift of prophecy art, so I don't know. I have a great confidence that God, who so loved the world that he sent his only begotten Son to give us light, and the light will take care of us. But I don't think it's going to be easy. I think miseries are going to start.
Father, you predicted that there would be an event in the spring, that there would be an event.
There could be an event if a certain sign took place, but there was no sign between the end of spring and the end of winter and the end of spring.
There are nevertheless many, many people, and I'm one of them, who feel something big is imminent.
Oh yes, there's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that.
People of all disciplines, people I interview of all disciplines, and they're all essentially saying the same thing.
It's a general feeling.
Yes,
no
it is.
doubt about that.
It absolutely is.
And you remember what Freud told us about what the psychiatric associations in Austria were saying just prior in 1938? He said that the multiplicity of patients coming telling about dreadful dreams about barbed wire and blood.
Yes.
He said it baffled us all why they were talking like that. There is a general feeling, and knowing the future doesn't help one's peace of mind out. It doesn't. And I remember I had the dubious privilege of reading the text of the third secret of Fatima, which I must guard by oath from repeating, but it isn't pleasant.
I have a whole stack of faxes here asking me to ask you about that, and you obviously cannot speak of that.
Not factually, not word for word. I can't. I took a note. But it ain't pleasant. And the less you know about it, the better. Except that there is going to be a reckoning, and that nobody existing on the face of this earth will be exempt from knowing the power from on high. They will interpret it in different ways.
That stands to reason.
According
to their beliefs.
That's right, and their culture and their bias. And there will be people who, even faced with the certainty that there is a greater power above our heads, will say,
they will deny it. They will.
They'll reject it.
The scientists, for example, will find a scientific explanation for it.
They will. Remember the famous so-called Aurora Borealis in 1938?
Well, I certainly am aware of Aurora Borealis, but not one specific.
There was a specific one which they explained by saying Aurora Borealis, but it really wasn't that at all. They all agreed it wasn't Aurora Borealis. The only one who put his finger on it was Adolf Hitler.
And he said what?
Well, he was in Berchtesgaden at the Wolf's Lair. That was his famous place when for weekends with his cabinet. And Albert Speer, who was a member of his cabinet, his architect, tells us in his second book that night they all stood on the esplanade of his villa in the Bavarian mountains, looking out to the east and seeing these extraordinary sights of light. And Hitler said, yeah, nun, now we have to shed blood. We didn't shed blood in taking the Tsar, we didn't shed blood in taking Czechoslovakia, but now we're going to shed blood.
So he took that as a sign.
Oh, he took it, and it was a sign. Because the Virgin who told the children in Fatima in 1917 about this sign, she told them it would take place just before the Great World War. She said it will be just before they start killing millions.
Can you tell us in a way that we can read between the lines with regard to the third prophecy? Is there a timetable that you are aware of that cannot speak of that we can read between the lines on?
Yes and no. There is it is not 200 years away. It is not 50 years away. It is not 20 years away. Number one.
Well, that's...
And number two, it involves the entire world system. It's not merely one area. It's not merely one religion. It's not merely one race.
Will be apparent to all.
All, without exception. Without exception. And it will be frightening.
Okay, well, I think I've asked as much as I want to ask about that. Let us ask some questions of the audience. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin in Manhattan. Hello.
Good morning, and greetings to you, Art, from British Columbia up in Canada, and to Father Martin.
Good morning.
Conastu Malachi.
Conastu.
We do try to keep the faith a little. But listen, what I'd like to do is ask several questions, and I'll just hang up and listen to your various responses, one for Art and two for Father Martin.
All right.
Several weeks ago, you had a living, breathing astronaut, Art, on the program.
Yes, Edgar Mitchell.
Yes, I rather wish you'd asked him what his take was on your question, did we really fly to the moon? Okay?
Look, yes, the answer is yes. I've asked him that many times, and it is always absolutely, he walked on the moon, sir.
But did you sort of challenge him with some of the questions that the debate raised?
Yes, I did. Yes.
I'm sorry I missed it. Father Martin, my Irish grandmother, God bless her soul, when she had me...
What part did she come from?
She was from County Cork.
Oh, God bless her.
Yes, I know. She used to have me on her knee, and with a twinkle in her eye, she would tell me stories about the little people. And as a kid, I loved those stories, and I cherished them. But, I would like your take on that.
The little people?
The little people. And the other question is, Father Martin, you mentioned Vancouver as the source of the black arts. I think Victoria is even more so.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Do you mean the mild-mannered Canadian?
Oh, hey, man.
Oh, hey. Art, you're a very charitable person.
Well, I mean, in a lot of ways they are. Canadians, I speak to them all the time, Father, and they are very mild-mannered.
They're very courteous. There's no doubt about that.
But apparently behind that facade lies, anyway, the little people.
The little people, it's the ancient Celtic myth that the fairies, the little people, the wee people, dwell in the ruined forts and castles, of which Ireland is full, by the way, ruins of chapels and churches and towers and castles and old houses, etc. But it is purely and simply a Celtic myth. So around it they have woven an entire literature.
I wonder, Father, if today's little people in America and the world that are called greys, aliens, are the same sort of mythological creatures that were in Ireland.
I've always wondered the same thing, Art, and I have no answer to it at all. There is a greater myth, or not myth, but mystery in Ireland, the Banshee. Did you ever hear of the Banshee?
I've never heard of them. Oh, I've heard of a
Banshee. The Banshee is this: certain families, certain old Celtic families still existing in Ireland, when a prominent member is dying or dead, this woman is heard crying. And it's too frequent a happening to deny it. We don't know what it is. I had a very, very irate uncle on my mother's side who was a who became an atheist, by the way. And when I brought this up to him, he said, "No, that's the female hair in the heat." But it wasn't. It's too established the fact that there are families, and there's this peculiar wailing and oligoning, as they say in Gaelic, at the death of a member.
I'll tell you a pretty strange story, Father, in Miami. It broke the day before yesterday. A woman dressed entirely in black with no identification whatsoever
Yes.
fell from the sky. The authorities have checked with airlines, with flight plans that have been filed, blah, blah, blah. No identification on the woman. They have no idea who she is. She literally fell from the sky, hit a picket fence, was cut in two,
Good God.
and they still have no idea whatsoever what that could be all about. Signs, strange signs from the sky.
Strange signs, but there are strange things happening all over the place at the present moment. No wonder we're all...
Paducah, Kentucky, a 14-year-old walks in and kills 3 classmates, wounds 6 others, and gives only as an explanation, those who know him, that he was angry at us, at society.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Yeah. You know, you see statistics today indicating that crime, violent crime, is down. But the very nature of crime has utterly changed. At one time, Father, when one person would take the life of another, there usually was a reason. Man catches a wife in bed with somebody else,
or robbery,
bad business deal, robbery, whatever, but there was a motive. Today's crime, though maybe less, is totally indecipherable.
Totally, you're quite right. That's the very word, indecipherable. It's the extraordinary turn of events. Now, look, as far as I know, it means the presence of a more active evil, for evil's sake.
Is there a war between heaven and hell that is constantly going on, or is
Yes.
it...
And now it's acute.
Now it's acute.
Now it's very acute, yeah.
All right, Father, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. Sometimes you have to be careful about the questions you ask. Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell. My guest from Manhattan, New York is Father Malachi Martin, and there will be more coming up shortly. You could write where you've got it. All right, once again, Father Malachi Martin from Manhattan. Father, a war between heaven and hell. There have been recent movies about it, and so I hate to have to draw my knowledge of this from motion pictures.
Why not?
But there was. Have you seen a movie called Prophecy?
Yes, I have.
Christopher Walken.
Yes, right.
Boy, he sure is a perfectly possessed person on screen, isn't he? It in those motion pictures depicts an actual war between heaven and hell, an escalating war between heaven and hell.
Right.
The fallen angels. When you see something like that, is that anything like you envision to be going on? You know, minus the Hollywood special effects.
Yes, well, minus the Hollywood special effects. Yes, yeah, it is more. Of course.
We just had some weird noise on the line.
We had, yes. It must be that we're getting on somebody's nerves.
Yeah, that's right. You guys at NSA, just listen, don't cut in, huh?
Right. It is, yes. But where you find that battle raging is in the souls and lives of living people. And you find it raging and hurting and injuring and killing.
The people you deal with.
Yeah, you do. And terrible things happen. Humanly terrible things happen to people who take the other side, who really serve evil and hurt others. And it spreads from generation to generation. It's a terrible battle, and it goes on all day and goes on right the whole week and the whole year. And there's no getting away from it, and it's getting much more acute today than it ever was before.
Well, maybe this is a dumb question, but is there any possibility that war could ever become an all-out or one in which the right side wouldn't win, where Earth could be lost?
I think it can get to the point that Earth can be lost for a while. It will be reclaimed. But I think that there's a sunset is creeping over the whole human thing.
Yes.
At the present moment. And it's a gray sludge. And it's slowly but surely extinguishing all love. The world is really getting very cold.
And I think we're now getting back toward that which you really can't fully talk about.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I catch on quickly. All right, Father, a lot of people on the phone lines, and I've really got to get to them. Used to the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello, where are you, please? Hello there.
Hello.
Yes, you're on the air.
Yes, this is Bruce from Chicago.
Hi, Bruce.
Bruce?
Good morning. It's an honor to talk to Father Martin. He's my favorite guest.
Hi, Bruce.
My question was along the lines of what you were just talking about the last moment.
Yes.
Father Martin's last appearance on the program, he talked about, Art brought up the lights in Phoenix, and
Yes.
Father said that if that in fact was the case, something awesome and most fearful would be happening, and the time frame I interpreted from that was somewhere out to spring of '98, and I wonder if he could specifically elaborate on the time frame if he can't go into
Bruce,
detail.
actually, I don't feel happy at all about 98, the moment we leave winter and start into spring. I don't feel happy at all about it.
Can you...
I simply think that things are spiraling in such a way that we're going to undergo severe disturbances, to put it mildly, nationally and internationally. I think that if I were to be awfully frank, I think a lot of people are going to die violently.
Oh, boy.
I think we're coming to a very bad point. A very bad point. I think. I can't interpret it any other way.
All right, I don't even want to ask anymore. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Morning, where are you, please?
Close to Vancouver.
Yes, Vancouver.
Again.
We draw you forth.
Yes, you have.
God bless you, Vancouver.
Art, I appreciate your ability to sensitively talk to the variety of people that you talk to. It's amazing to me. And Father Malachi, you're a very special person. I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
That's been very disruptive to me. A little while ago, I was reading through some very old photographs with my family. I came across two pictures that were taken, it looked like a few minutes apart.
Yes.
My mother, another woman, and a young child.
Yes.
In front of a fence with a house in the background. The first picture, they were all looking very sullen, very glum, and in the foreground, in front of my mom, there was a creature that you could kind of see through it. It almost looks like double exposure, except that there's no reason. This picture's too old and genuine.
Yes.
But the creature looks about 4 feet tall, a little hunched over, black kind of shawl, very kind of like a big nose, very, very evil looking. And I'm concerned that this could be demonic, and I'm concerned about the intergenerational kind of effect that can have on. And if
Yeah. Was there any trouble? Was there any trouble? Have you got the picture yet?
I have got the picture. I don't even show it to people because it just makes my hair stand on end.
Yeah, don't. Put it in an envelope and write the. Are you a Catholic at all?
I'm not Catholic.
You're Christian?
I am Christian.
Well then, take an envelope, put the photograph in it, and put a notice on it saying, "Do not open," and date it and sign it, and write the name of Jesus across the front of it, and put it away.
You do not open, and then write
the name of Jesus and put it away in a strong box somewhere. It has a purpose.
It has a purpose.
I don't know what the purpose is.
Is that a clear enough instruction?
It is. How about if I send it to you and you could put it in a strong box? I don't even want it.
Well, if that is to be what's happened to it, please do.
Okay.
That is to be the way it's done.
Okay.
Do.
But you, sir, really should accept responsibility as guardian of your own.
I've had it up to now. Is there an address that I can get?
All right. Yes. Thank you. Father. By the way, I want to tell the audience you have a new website, and we have linked to your website. I should have given this much earlier in the program that people will go to www.artbell.com and just scroll on down to Father Malachi Martin's name. Click on it. You will go to his new website. Now, Father, is there a way on that website for people to contact you? Maybe not, huh?
Not so far, although I must tell you, Art, that I've given out an address, a postal address in Manhattan,
yes,
which can be used with impunity.
All right.
And it's 217 East 66th Street.
Slow down. 217 East 66th Street.
New York, New York, 10021.
10021.
Apartment 2A as in Apple.
Wait a minute here.
Then I download all my messages, my email, continuously. I don't answer them all because sometimes they exceed 300 a week.
I understand.
And it's difficult to answer them, but certain ones I do.
Okay, Father Malachi Martin, apartment 2A.
As in Apple, yeah.
217 East 66th Street, New York, New York. 10021.
USA.
Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Good morning.
Hello.
Where are you, please?
My name is Alex, and I'm calling from El Paso, Texas.
Yes, Alex.
Okay.
Yes, Father Martin, I have a feeling that a good friend of mine, his son, I think, may be possessed. And what he does is he draws very, very strange drawings on his wall, and he talks to them. He draws very, very ugly pictures of certain strange things. And now, I may sound like kind of crazy by saying this.
No, you don't sound crazy at all. What age is the boy?
He's about 10. And, when kids are about 10, you know how they have, like, invisible play friends and stuff like that. But, I have a strange feeling that God is telling me to, like, kind of help this boy.
Yes,
and I don't really, like, know whether to, like, get, like, some sort of help on exorcism or anything like that.
Yeah, I do not know the bishop down there, if there's an official exorcist in that diocese of El Paso, in which El Paso is. Tell me, do you know anything else about the boy? Does he
He bends himself like kind of strange.
Does he speak about a companion?
Well, he tells me that he's talking to the person on the wall.
Yeah.
And he draws these figures.
In other words, he could have a familiar, as they call it.
I'm not too sure about the familiar, but...
Yeah, well, they call it a familiar.
Mm-hmm.
But I, at this distance, it's impossible to say. But the peculiar drawing is funny. Does his father ever bring him to a psychologist?
No, the father just kind of like blows it off and says, hey, it's just my son doing strange things, but...
Oh, gee whiz, that's a bit
I kind of have a feeling that, maybe I should get someone, or if not myself, get someone to exorcise him. So where would
Well, you'd have to apply to the local diocese.
Mm-hmm.
Because at this distance, it's the jurisdiction of the bishop in which El Paso is. I don't know what diocese El Paso is in. It's in a Texan diocese, diocese. I don't know which one. But then you go to the chancery and ask who is the exorcist in that diocese.
Would it be possible?
If the father agrees, because the father must agree.
So there you are. Father, what chance in this modern day and age in America does somebody have of going to a diocese and getting an affirmative answer that there is an exorcist?
Very well. Put in percentiles, about 33%.
33%.
About a third. It's very low.
And if they don't get satisfaction, then what?
Wow. If they don't get satisfaction...
Yeah, if they're laughed off or shrugged off or whatever.
Yeah. The reason I groan is that I know so many cases of that. I know so many cases where they're laughed off or brushed off or told to go away or simply told us, no, go to a psychiatrist, you know. And that's what has happened within the church organization of my Roman Catholic Church. If our friend who's speaking to us from El Paso, he should pray about it, because prayer can obtain what this boy needs. But I have no solution. At this distance, Art, I have no solution. I see the poignancy of it all and the danger, and that father is very feckless.
Father, could you become a bishop?
Of course I could.
If you were to become a bishop with the power attendant,
yes,
what would you try to change? What would you try to do with that increased responsibility?
I would try and organize the clerical reaction to possession and obsession, because these are factors that are growing in every diocese I know in the United States.
So we should not be offering less to people like that man who called, but more.
No, on the contrary. He should be aided immediately. There should be a mechanism in each diocese that aids such a thing, takes it in, studies it, gets to the boy, gets to the father. But there isn't. And that's the triumph of Luciferianism. The church themselves.
As the grayness descends.
Yeah. And the terrible thing is that you won't find a belief in it all amongst many bishops and many priests.
Mm-hmm. Does the fact that you just said that make it less likely that you would become a bishop?
No, it doesn't. It depends on the will of those who make bishops. But anyway, it is pathetic, Art. It really is pathetic. Even in this Archdiocese of New York, there are people who need attention, but they don't get it. Because there's just too much to be done.
I understand. First time caller line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin in Manhattan. Hello? I can barely hear you.
Yes, my name is Keith. I can barely hear them too.
Yeah, you're going to have to yell at us, sir.
Okay, my name is Keith.
Yes, Keith.
Yes, Keith.
I'm calling from Carbondale, Illinois.
Okay.
Yes.
I was just calling in concern with something that you talked about earlier in the show, the lady named Harlot.
Oh, yes.
And I was just thinking about it. I do a paper route at night, and I just got off of it to try to get a hold of you. And you seem kind of concerned, and it hit me that most likely the daughter would be in heaven. And the reason I say this is because if the woman desired her to be in hell with her, and hell is supposed to be a damnation, then she wouldn't be able to have that with her. I mean,
but sir, she said, if you listened carefully to that program, she didn't say that she willed her to be in hell with her. She said she took steps before her daughter was killed to ensure that she would be in hell with her.
It's as if she desired that to be.
Of course.
It was beyond desire. She said she took steps.
Right, and what I'm saying is that she would be getting one of her desires fulfilled if God were to enact the child to damnation.
Yes, but you really are missing something, though. She actually took steps, and what I asked Father Martin a while ago was whether, and I have no idea what those steps are, but whether it would be possible that in fact she could have done that, and the answer was yes.
It's feasible. It's feasible. It's an extraordinary thing. The genuine Luciferians and Satanists you meet, they look forward to hell.
She did. He absolutely did. It was one of the most unnerving interviews I've ever done my whole life.
They really do.
Father, we're at the top of the hour. Are you good for one last hour?
Certainly.
Well, there's lots of people are waiting, so we will do it. Relax for a while, and we'll be right back. I need a break, too. This is Coast to Coast AM. All right, back now to Manhattan and Father Malachi Martin, and Father will try and lay heavily into the phones.
Yeah, sure.
But I do have a couple of quick questions, by fax.
Yeah.
One, have you, Father, ever had an exorcised demon come back to haunt you?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now, I'm glad they asked, because I never would have thought to ask, and I never would have expected that answer. Can you tell us at all?
Yes. It's very harrowing and resulted in bodily injury, grievous bodily injury. But we were able to deal with it, but it took a lot of work, and it involved a lot of physical pain. A lot of physical pain for a whole year.
For a year?
A year, yeah. The damage.
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
And one other, and this is much lighter, finally a light question.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're talking about Christmas and Christmas giving and so forth,
Yes.
and we know that you have been close to 2 popes.
That's right.
And Kevin, listening to KEX in Portland, wants to know, what does a close friend of the Pope buy him for Christmas?
Well, if he really knows him, and he knows he shaves, does he use an electric razor? It's as simple as that. Or slippers, bedroom slippers. Or if he uses T-shirts, one Pope did, mind you, used T-shirts and valued cotton, Egyptian cotton T-shirts, things like that.
I see.
Simple things.
Simple things, sure. All right, first-time caller line. You're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Good morning.
Hello, this is Ken from Steubenville, Ohio.
Hi, Ken.
Yes, Ken.
Praise God, I finally got through to you, though, after trying for months.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I'd like to confirm 2 things and then ask a question of Father Martin.
Mm-hmm.
A, yes, once you've been demonized or bothered, getting rid of it is the greatest thing in the world. Yes, they do try to come back and bother you. I know, I had death delivered off of me.
Mm-hmm.
Second of all, I have a question for Father Martin about, is it possible that a person could be born and have a curse put on them for the rest of their life, where like a cloud of doom is always over them?
Interesting question.
Yes, the only way I can translate it into reality is that in certain families, possession is intergenerational.
Right.
All right, the reason why I asked that question is last year my mother died of cancer, and we had to bring her home to die. And I knew of well, she said she made a deal with God, and I knew what it was. It was a pact. And she didn't die in peace until I prayed over her, anointed her, and broke the pact with the devil.
Yep, that can be done.
I know. I've done your type of work, and I understand the seriousness of it. So as far as this curse goes, I've had many people pray over me, but nobody could really put the finger on why.
Are you one of the people who has the black cloud over his head all the time?
Yes.
All right, Father, that really is an interesting question. Your answer was affirmative, that there can be such a, I don't know if curse is the right word.
No, curse is not, it's a way of saying it, but it's an intergenerational obsession, really. In his case, because he's not possessed. It doesn't sound like it anyway. It
seems so cosmically unfair. If there is no such, I listen to and I interview people who believe fervently in reincarnation.
Yes, yes.
And they will forward the theory of karmic work-off, that from one lifetime to another.
Yeah.
But if there is not that, and that we all begin roughly equally, it just doesn't seem fair.
Well, sometimes we don't all begin equally. That's the difficulty. And see, there's one peculiarity God has And it's this, that, as the prophet Hosea said, the fathers eat sour grapes and the children's teeth are blunt. Take, for instance, Adam and Eve. I wasn't in the garden.
True.
I didn't eat the apple.
True, but you nevertheless suffer.
I suffer from that. That's God. If I am a child born of a mother who's a lush and a father who's a crack addict,
yes.
most probably I'm going to be an alcoholic, and I'm going to be crack addicted from the moment I see the light. Why? This way God has arranged humanity. And if I have a parent who rears me to be the servant of Lucifer, and I know families that do that.
Oh, yeah.
God doesn't step in and send an angel and tell me to stop. I've got to deal with it. And if there's anything like an intergenerational obsession in man's family, then he has to deal with it.
All right. Wow. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hi. Hello. Going once. Going twice.
I'm not from the Rockies.
I said east of the Rockies.
Oh, east of the... I'm sorry.
That's you then. You're east. Where are you?
I live in Oak Lawn.
Oak Lawn.
Oak Lawn, Illinois. I'm sorry.
Definitely east of that great chain there.
Definitely these.
Good morning, Father.
Good morning to you, ma'am.
First, before I ask you anything, I want to thank God that we have priests like you to give us information.
I'm sorry to hear that.
For the information that we're starving for. Because you speak the truth. And this is what we very seldom hear nowadays. Okay, my question, and I have even written this to Cardinal O'Connor in New York. Could the tampering of the Latin traditional Mass of the saints and the martyrs let all hell break loose? Now, the reason I'm saying, that's my first question.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm putting that together with, I read the Leo the 13th when he had heard the devil come from the tabernacle.
Yes.
And now, I don't know, I'm not trying to figure out God's time, but that was in 1887.
It was.
Right, Father?
It was.
Okay. So it was in now the first thing they did at Vatican II when they tampered with the Mass is take away the prayer of St. Michael.
That's right.
And I mean, I don't look at it as coincidence because it was
not coincidence.
Pardon me, Father? It's not. Because they took
Father,
away...
Father, you've got to stay good and close to the phone.
I
have to. My phone is in bad shape.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to get a new instrument.
Right. And when he heard the devil make the pact with God, now if I'm saying it wrong, I'm not real well educated, so bear with me.
You're doing fine.
Okay. Well, when he made that pact with God, and God said, I will give Satan 100 years to destroy the church.
Yes.
Now, when that happened in 1887, and the prayer to St. Michael was composed to fight the devil, the first thing they did at Vatican II is take away at the foot of the altar the Mass of not the Mass, I'm sorry, the prayer of St. Michael.
That's right.
All right. You already covered that, ma'am.
I know, okay.
Your bottom line question is all hell about to break loose, right?
All right, the thing I'm asking is that in 1987, through the grace of God, the Holy Father, almost to the day, the month of October, on the Feast of St. Therese, the Mass indult was given. Now that is like the weapon, the center of our faith, is the Latin traditional Mass.
That's right.
Now, could this be all part of it, the tampering of the sacred? That's what I want to know.
Right.
Yes, it was. And between you and me and the Holy Spirit, ma'am, what I've always believed is this, that the only punishment that was merited by those who drew up the main documents in the Vatican Council, the only punishment that they deserved was the withdrawal of grace. They tampered with the truth. And God simply withdrew grace. And hence we had the horrible 30 years.
Oh.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Clearly, Father. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Yes. Hello, Art.
Hi, where are you?
In California. This
Okay.
is Daphne.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing Father Malachi on. Hi, Father Malachi.
Hi there, ma'am. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
What's on your mind?
Pardon me?
What's on your mind?
I have two questions, if I can.
Sure.
The first one deals with I was born into an intergenerational Satanic cult, and my father was the high priest.
Yeah.
I was at my birth, my soul was given to Satan by my parents.
Yes.
And so my first question is, how can I be released from that?
Very simple, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Provided you are baptized
Yes.
and that you go to confession, Holy Communion, and Mass, you should, on the Feast of the Immaculate Conception, which is just in a couple of days' time, you should consecrate yourself to Our Lady.
Okay. I did denounce Satan. Is it as simple as that?
It's as simple as that.
Okay.
If you need anything further, you could write to me about it.
Okay.
But that's all that's necessary, really.
Okay, and thank you. My second question is, as a result of the experiences that I had with this cult, I developed multiple personalities, so this whole evening's program is very interesting to me.
Yes.
I was highly programmed by the cult, and I've been in therapy for many years. Along with all the personalities are 9 demons. They're not part of my personalities, but they're separate.
Yes.
My pastors are preparing to do deliverance. I'm not Catholic. We did go to a Catholic church and asked the priest, and he really did not believe in that.
And?
He didn't take it seriously. So my pastors are preparing to do this in a few weeks, and I'm wondering if you have any suggestions for them, or is there a way they can reach you by phone?
Write me a short note to the following address. 217 East 66th Street, apartment 2A for Apple, New York, New York, 10021.
Okay. And does that come directly to you? Or
yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously that's an apartment address. It goes right to him.
Yes. Tell me your first name so I will identify it.
On the envelope?
No.
Just in the letter?
Tell me.
Daphne.
What is your first name?
Daphne.
Daphne.
Daphne, okay, I've got it. That's enough.
All right, Daphne, do that then. Father,
yes.
That is an amazing thing to hear. She was given to the devil at birth.
Oh, yes, but you have no idea how common this is.
Well, that was where I was going. In America, in Canada, in the Americas, even worldwide, Father, how much of that is there really going on?
Or put it like this. It's going on, I don't know, one country in which it is not going on. I don't know one, because there's a very private Vatican report about this, which we don't divulge, but it gives the indications that there isn't one country in which this doesn't take place.
Is there arguably more of it going on, or?
Yes. There's arguably more going on today than ever any records indicate. The records we have. And the records are very good. They're very detailed. But arguably there's much more today, and in the last 50 years, the second half of this century has been a bumper crop.
So that really at the very moment in history, a critical moment, when the church ought to be going in the direction that you would have it go, it's going exactly the other way.
That's right. The organization, not the church itself, because that's a sacred thing. It's composed of all those in the state of grace who belong to our Lord and to God. But the organization itself is in shambles.
Shambles.
In shambles, and is to a large extent dominated by Lucifer.
Dominated by Lucifer. East of the Rockies, you're on there with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Hello.
Where are you, sir?
Erie, Pennsylvania.
Erie, okay.
Wow. I didn't really expect to get on. I could ask questions for hours, too, but however, I'll just try to cut down to just like 3. I want to ask Art one question.
Yes.
Art, why do you divide your callers between on the Rocky Mountains? I would have thought the Mississippi River would have been a more central location.
Well, maybe we'll change that one day. It's just something we did because we began in the West and we had so many people in the far West that were listening to the show when it first became syndicated that we wanted to give everybody east of the Rockies an opportunity to get in, and the show has grown obviously since then. So maybe we'll change that.
I see.
Anyway.
Okay, and a question for your guest. Okay, I tell people that seem to go crazy and just shoot people for no reason. You know, like just recently somebody shot a bunch of kids at the
Paducah, Kentucky.
Right.
Kentucky.
Right. And I tell them, well, there's no real reason for this. These people must be possessed. You're probably the only person I could talk to that would agree with me. Do you think that at least a percentage of these people are actually possessed or obsessed, or is it just normal human evil?
No. I'm convinced that in a case like the Paducah thing, it's a demonic origin.
It was a prayer group.
Yep.
A prayer group. And this young fellow was warning people ahead of time that something horrible was going to happen. He actually warned them, and then went ahead and did it. It's as I said earlier, indecipherable. So you believe that there is very possibly, real evil involved?
Yes, and the difficulty the normal public have is this: that, for instance, in New York, when something takes place, something horrid, something bloody, something murderous, and Satanism, as they call it, as a general term, involved, the police will not tell that to the public. They have a rule.
Then I must ask you this, Father. This, in the Paducah case, of course, was a 14-year-old child, and this child will be no doubt charged as a juvenile at 14. But
yes.
if this was an older person,
yes.
Then how many people do you suppose, Father, go to the electric chair or are ultimately punished, receive capital punishment for something that is of demonic origin rather than human origin?
That's difficult to answer. I know that when we did a survey of prisons, lifers, and people confined for 30, 35, 40 years for horrible crimes, a good 1/3 of them were obviously possessed.
A good 1/3?
Yeah, at least 1/3 as a general ballpark figure.
1/3. All right, Father, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour once again. Time does fly when you're getting the heck scared out of you, huh? Okay, there'll be more. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. This is Coast to Coast AM. Still there?
Yes, sir.
Well, okay, we're in the stretch run. It really is amazing how time goes.
It runs away, Art. It runs away.
Yes, sir. First time caller line, you're on the air with a guy who runs away with time. Father Martin, hi.
Hi, this is Paul in Denver.
Hello,
Hi,
Paul.
Father Martin, I have 2 short related questions.
Sure.
Concerning your comments about hypnosis.
Yeah.
If someone is pursuing or is not pursuing metaphysical goals or satanic goals,
yes.
Is hypnosis in general or self-hypnosis in particular dangerous? I know many people use self-hypnosis for self-improvement kinds of purposes, and I just ask, is that dangerous?
No, of itself, no, it isn't, but it should be under the supervision of some good psychiatrist.
I see. And then the last kind of related question is, how is a self-hypnosis different, or maybe it's the same, as an affirmative prayer?
Because the self-hypnosis is really relying upon your own inner powers of concentration,
yes,
and self-control. Whereas prayer, genuine prayer, depends on a special gift from God.
I see.
At the moment of prayer.
They are
a distinct thing.
They are, Father, presently doing studies on the power of prayer, actual scientific studies, and it would appear to be absolutely scientifically verifiable that prayer actually works.
Yeah, it does. It works. There's no doubt about that. And the question that Paul just gave us is very interesting.
Yes.
What is the difference between self-hypnosis?
Precisely.
Because actually you can be taught by a very well instructed psychiatrist. They can teach you to hypnotize yourself so that you go to sleep, so that you recover from weariness, so that you know. But how does that differ from prayer in the sense, it differs in one sense, one essential sense, that prayer, if it's genuine prayer, and if it's heard, which it normally is by a good God, then it means you get extra help, spiritual help, supernatural help. And that's distinct from your own inner powers.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hi.
Hi, it's Tom in Reno.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Tom.
Father Martin, it's a distinct honor to speak with you.
That's very nice of you to say that, Tom.
Thank you. I was wondering if you were familiar with Edgar Cayce.
Yes, I am.
And
with his works, I never knew the man himself.
Okay. And you knew that he was an extremely religious person.
Extremely.
How do you reconcile his writings about past lives and that sort of thing?
I'll tell you, Tom, there's no doubt about it. Two things are clear about Edgar Cayce. First of all, he had extraordinary middle plateau powers. That is, psychic gifts. Extraordinary.
Yes.
Quite extraordinary. There's at least one doctor in New Jersey today that still uses his formulae for various afflictions and diseases. And he did this without any medical instruction as such. He had extraordinary perceptions in that sense. An extraordinary perception. He just had it, and it came to him. It was a psychic gift. On the other hand, he did make egregious errors intellectualizing his condition. He fell into various sort of illusions about God and about life and death and the hereafter. And that part, if you are wise, if you take my advice, you drop any teachings he has about that. But there's no doubt about it. I know a person, a lady, a woman whose sight was saved because she went to a doctor in New Jersey who used Cayce's formula.
He did have some amazing formulas that he came up with.
Utterly amazing. And it was a gift, there's no doubt about it. Now look, I knew a few people in Ireland, the old Ireland I was born in the 1920s and 30s, who had extraordinary gifts too of curing, healing by touch, and who also could tell you what's going to happen to you on the morrow. These gifts, and I've met them in various parts of the world I have lived in, but never so much in my youth in Ireland when life was much simpler. These gifts exist, there's no doubt. Edgar Cayce is an outstanding example of extraordinary psychic gifts.
Definitely great gifts from God, I would say.
Obviously. Anything good comes from God.
Okay, I have one more question if I could.
All right, one more quick one.
Okay, I wondered if you think it's possible that you could be wrong about past lives and reincarnation?
All right. There's a straight-out question.
Well, no, I don't think there's such a thing as reincarnation. I just don't believe it, because my church condemns it, and my reason doesn't accept it. Now that I can be wrong, one can always be wrong, Tom. You know what I mean? But on this point, since it's a matter of faith, I prefer to say no. I'm not wrong. I'm following the truth as revealed. That's because I'm a Roman Catholic.
Fair enough. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Where are you, please?
Hello?
Hello there.
Hi, I'm in Bryan, Manitoba, Canada.
All right.
I had a question for Father Martin.
Yes, sir.
Hi, have you ever heard of the house in Amityville, New York?
Yes, I have. I've been to it.
You have? Really?
Yes.
Are the people living there right now?
For a long time there weren't. There may be people there now.
I just wondered if you had any information on the person, on the son who did the deed in that house, and what he's doing now.
No, I don't know what he's doing. I wish I did.
Oh, really?
I have no means of following that up because he doesn't want much notice.
Mm-hmm.
Got enough notice about it all.
Is it true about the well in that house?
Yes.
Is that true?
The Amityville horror was really horror. It really was. But they were just as bad and worse to be found.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. The Amityville horror was real.
Oh, yeah. It was real. It was genuinely gruesome and real. And, yeah, it was very unpleasant.
Do you think that whatever was there is still there?
I'd be inclined to think it is there because it was never properly cleansed.
Well, I'll be doggone if I'd move into that house.
Neither would I. I'd be doggone too. No, I wouldn't move into a place like that at all.
West of the Rockies, you're on there with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Good morning, Father. I have something that has been bothering me for about a month and a half now.
Yes, sir.
And it occurred when I was in bed laying on my side.
Yes.
And I was tapped on the shoulder.
Yes.
And I turned my head up over towards the bottom of the bed, and there was a big, dark entity there.
Yes.
And he was grabbing me at my feet and trying to pull me.
Is this the first time this happened to you?
Yes.
How long did it last?
It lasted, it seemed like, for 20 seconds.
Has it occurred again?
No, it hasn't.
Okay. Do you practice any religion?
No, I don't.
Well, I'll tell you, might be a good idea to pray, because I don't think you were drunk.
No, I was not.
No, I'm sure you weren't. I say that. I don't think you were. You sound very sober in mind, in judgment. Then this is what we call an obsessional harassment. It's probably a great mercy that it's done to you, because it may wake your soul to worship God.
I do believe in Jesus Christ, and
good.
But this has been extremely bothersome of myself.
It should be. I'll tell you. Have you got a pencil?
Yes, I do.
Write down.
Go ahead.
O creature of God.
Uh-huh.
In the name of God who created you,
okay,
and in the name of Jesus who saved me, I exorcise you. Now, drop all fear. You have nothing to be afraid of.
Thank you.
But
Thank
fit
you.
those words in its eye. Okay?
Thank you very much, Father.
God bless.
Good luck. First time caller line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
I'd like to know if I could talk to just leave Father Malachi a number to call me toll free off the air.
No, I have no way of doing that, sir. I'm here all by myself, and there's no producer to sit here and take a number. I just the one-man band show here, so I can't do that, but you can write to the Father.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
That's what you're going to have to do. Thank you. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning show, Art. Nice to see you, Father Malachi.
Thank you.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Gulfport, Mississippi, WVMI territory.
Very good.
The question, Father Malachi, I have.
Yes.
In reference to the war, the eternal war.
Yes.
What do you believe in reference to the Nephilim or the Nephilium in as far as returning in the flesh with the adversary to deceive the world like before, like the locust army, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
The Nephilim, half angel, half human?
Yes.
No, that would be the Geba.
I thought it was Nephilim.
Well, it depends on where you look, I guess. If you read Stitching...
It does. It depends on where you look, and it depends how you interpret where you look. I only know one thing, that the Nephilim and the Geba and all that motley horde are under the domination of our Lord and Savior Jesus. And we've nothing to fear, provided we remain faithful.
Was the earth not once cleansed with flood to correct all that?
It was. Actually, what you and I live in today, Art, and our friend from wherever he is speaking from, what we are living in today is a reformed creation. It's something God made over again after the fall.
Kind of like he hit a reset button.
Yeah, he had to reset the whole darn thing. It went awry.
I've again, just sort of a reference to what we've been discussing all night, brushing up against it again, but it looks to me like the fingers get near the same button again.
Yeah, they do. They do, Art. They do.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Yes. Father, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
In college, a friend of mine and I befriended a third guy in one of our classes, and we became friends, and he revealed to us at a later time that he was dealing in the black arts. And because of this, the friendship broke off.
Did you deal in it?
No, I didn't.
Good.
But we had some carryover, if you will. We were visited by things that weren't very pretty, and
that's right. There was we call that infection.
Okay. Well, that we had. And we dealt with it, and we confronted him about it, and he didn't believe that it was possible. He thought he was in control of these demons and such.
That's the usual persuasion.
Right. We tried to convince him to get out of it, and he believes that he can't. And he believes that there's a hell waiting for him, and that there's sort of at this point nothing he can do about it. Now, we don't have...
That's not true.
Excuse me?
That's not true.
Well, I don't believe so either.
Yeah.
But we don't have communication with him anymore.
Oh, Lord.
But,
pray for him.
Yes. Is there... I do that. Is there anything specific I can do?
Beyond reaching him and getting him to go and see somebody in authority who can influence, help him, deliver him, heal him, no, except prayer.
Okay.
But you can pray for him.
Okay.
And it can move mountains. It really can.
Okay.
But throw in a little fasting and penance.
Fasting and penance, okay.
Yeah. Throw in a little of that on your own bat.
Okay.
For his sake. Try and get to him, though.
All right.
All right?
All right. Thank you.
You take care.
He is your brother.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin, and not a lot of time left. Hello.
Yes, hi, Art. Anna calling from Malibu.
Malibu, all right.
Yes, I'm a student of Elizabeth Clare Prophet, and I'm just saying that as a point of reference. That's not the reason for my call.
Yeah.
Because I know you had interviewed her recently.
I did.
Father Martin?
Yes, lady.
I'm calling concerning Dr. Jack Kevorkian.
Yes.
And I have a very strong opinion about him. I think he's doing a terrible disservice, and that I believe that the patients that he is killing are not being relieved of their suffering, that somehow in an afterlife, because of my spiritual beliefs, I believe that there will continue to have to go through whatever they need to go through. And it just so happened that the break he was on the news again saying that he's trying to recruit other doctors to do this. And I think you've developed a good rapport with the listeners, and I would like to invite you to perhaps do a service to the listeners and voice your opinion and perhaps give your further opinion.
Yeah, I wish we had more time for this. Thank you, ma'am. Father, it really is a good topic. But what is your opinion?
There's no doubt about it. Jack is doing the work of the devil. About his actual spiritual condition, I don't know, but I know that he's doing directly the work of the devil. He's sending people into eternity by means of what is a mortal sin, an offense against God. You can't do that with impunity. And that's about his actual spiritual condition. I don't know him from a hole in the wall. I wouldn't recognize him, So I don't know. But he's doing the work of Satan. There's no doubt about that.
Your opinion, murder.
Yeah. He's murdering their souls, really. Their souls, really. Making it easy for them to... And the dreadful thing about it, Art, is that when he goes into eternity himself, where on earth do you think he's going to fit, except in one place?
I don't know. Will he meet the souls of those he dispatched?
God only knows. But one speculates that yes, he will. But in a very warm place. But, he is doing the work of the devil. There's no doubt about that.
Boy, I hate to imagine that those souls that he dispatched, those suffering souls.
Well, you see, yes, you're right, Art. You have a good compassion, Art. It may be that they were suffering so much that they lost their reason. Do you understand me? They grasped at any straw.
I do, but the good doctor retaining his health, you don't think that he's got the same chance?
I don't think so, no. I'd be very condemnatory.
Well, Father, we've done it again. We're flat out of time.
I know. The time is the one thing we capitalists can't buy us. Listen, I want to thank you for giving me the chance to talk to you and to your audience. And if I don't speak to you before Christmas, you and Ramona have my blessing.
Father, thank you, and we will do this, of course, again. So it's not goodbye, just till next time.
No, it's au revoir.
Good night, Father.
Good night.
Father Martin, welcome back to the program.
Good morning, Art, and how are you?
I am very well. Better than the news. I want to tackle right away, Father, a couple of breaking kind of news stories. One, I started getting messages that an exorcist, one that you may know, was very brutally murdered in America. What do you know about that, Father?
Yes, the one man we're both thinking of, his name was Alfred Kuntz, and he was a parish priest in Dane, which is a parish in Ohio, in Milwaukee, in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, all right.
In Wisconsin. And he was found at 7 o'clock in the morning with his throat cut from ear to ear.
His throat cut?
Yeah, from ear to ear, in his own blood, face down into it, and with obviously various acts of desecration of his body, which are normally associated with Satanist-inflicted death. Father Kuntz, of course, and by the way, he was a very popular parish priest with his people. He had done exorcisms, but very, very private. Most of us don't talk about them because they usually involve confessional material, and Father Kuntz was a very good priest and never spoke about confessional material.
Had he been in communication with you?
Yes, we had been in communication.
Do you know offhand if he was doing anything at the time? I'm sure the police are probably asking about this, but I mean, it's an obvious question.
They are, and they are refusing to give any of the more lurid details of the mode of his death, for the simple reason that they don't want to. They suspect it's somebody within his vicinity, not a stranger. And there are only, I think, a couple of hundred people. Well, no, about 700, 800 people involved. There's certainly it's not a random act of violence, somebody who wanted to steal or was caught in the act of stealing and simply flailed out. They're convinced it wasn't a random act like that was a deliberately set up thing, and that at least one person was involved in it, perhaps more. Kunz himself had just been doing radio shows with a priest friend whom we all know very much, Father Fiore, and they returned home late at night, late being about 10 o'clock in the evening, and we know that he was alive at 10:30 because he made a telephone call or received a telephone call, I forget which, but then the following morning at 7 o'clock, a young man who came to assist him at Mass, etc., found him lying, as I said, in his own blood, with this very, very sinister mode of death etched on his body. There's no doubt about it that it is related. Whether it's related to his very confidential activity as a priest in regard to covens of warlocks in neighboring areas, we may never know. We may never know. We may never know because, number one, the police have a habit in this country that whenever there's, and it's a good habit on the whole, whenever there is any real Satanist activity of a shocking kind, they don't publish the details that indicate the Satanist connection. They just they publish the bare details of a murder.
Why do you think that, Father?
Well, it's also, you're asking me why I think it's a good idea in general, because it doesn't evoke the copycat syndrome. These things do, because about 300 years, 200 years ago, they stopped doing exorcisms in public precisely because it evoked the copycat syndrome in people, imitators.
Well, you have told me many times, since you have done so many exorcisms, that there is real, very serious, very real danger. Is it not possible? It's got to be possible that that in his work, in some way, in the middle of some exorcism, or as part of an ongoing one, or who knows?
I have no doubt about the answer to your question. I can foresee and interpret is no doubt about it. The death was not random. It was not an act of personal vengeance, somebody who got annoyed at him for some particular thing. It was in connection with his work as a priest and in the area of demonic possession.
Father, have you ever been concerned at that level? Have you ever, without being specific, because I know you can't about specific exorcisms, but have you ever been concerned for yourself in
very
same way?
Very, very same way. But you learn after a certain time to take that added risk, and you take precautions. But yes, surely, and at times the menace or the threat is more patent, more obvious than at other times. Sure. And sometimes it's quite voluble, it's quite expressive. You're warned. And more than one good priest in that part of the world, especially one or two very prominent ones, got telephone calls pointing out that they would go the same way.
Oh?
Yes, and one of them actually had to hire a bodyguard, or was given a bodyguard by the police because of his prominence.
Well, you've been a very prominent exorcist. Have you received threats?
Oh, yes, in the past, yes. Not recently, but in the past, yes, very much.
Not as part of this or connected?
No, not part of this, because I wasn't in any way related to this. And as one one person told me sort of happily, because we don't belong to an umbrella organization, exorcists, in other words, those engaged in this area, because we don't belong to an umbrella organization, they can't identify every one of us and therefore pick us off. But they do, we are picked off, all right, there's no doubt about that. And they're not the first. Father Kunz is not the first priest who is picked off as a priest, and as somebody who blocked or interfered with or spoiled Luciferian plans. There's no doubt about that.
Well, the fact that he is now dead would tell me that Luciferian plans are somehow still underway in whatever case.
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are.
Is evil in America, evil in the world, increasing?
Well, the only way I can answer that question without sort of sensationalism, Art, is as follows, that since 1972 or 3, when the group I am associated with started, and it's a very quiet, discreet group, but since then, incidences and types of demonic assault have increased. First of all, the increase has been about 750%. Since that time. 750%. About 750, judging by figures. And this is in the northeast corner of America, the tri-state area essentially, although it takes in outlying areas too. But then the types of possession, we have now the two phenomena that are very interesting. We have the phenomenon of the 20-something or 30-something that comes and says, look, Father, I wanted such and such a job, or I wanted to get this particular woman. I wanted to make this marriage.
Yes.
I wanted this money. And I made a pact with Satan, with the devil. And I got it. And now he won't let go of me. This didn't occur before, in my experience, in the limited experience I had. And secondly, then there's the...
This is how recent, this phenomenon, how recent?
The last 10 years.
The last 10 years.
Last 10 years. And then there is also the second form, which is a bit off-putting, to put it mildly, that we now find the age is younger. We find children, those that we would technically call children, 6 years old, who are obviously not merely obsessed, but on their way to full possession.
There was a recent case in Arkansas that I'm sure you heard of, in which a couple of young fellows decided they were going to kill their classmates and teachers and pulled a fire alarm.
Yes.
And brought rifles and lots of ammunition and simply started shooting students and teachers.
That's right.
Just started shooting.
That's right. I wish I knew the details of that case, but again, the police are singing mum, as they say. They're saying nothing about the details, and there's a great protectiveness web wove around those young,
of course, yes, juveniles, yes.
Juveniles, but we don't know the details of it at all.
An awful lot of that going on, if that corroborates what you were saying.
There is, and there's much more than is reported in public by the media. And in several states, there's an agreement, sort of an unwritten agreement between the police and the governor. There's an unwritten agreement that no details will ever be published without formal permission by the media or by the police of any obviously Satanist or Luciferian happening.
Well, I understand that on the one hand with regard to the possibility of copycat crimes. However, if this really is on the increase in America now, shouldn't we know about it?
Yes, I think we should. The incidences, it's more frequent as far as the incidence of it. And if you drew a graph, you'd find an increase of over 700% since the early 1970s.
Now, who keeps track of that? Are you the one?
We do. In this northeast corner of the United States. That's why I'm only talking about that too. And I could make oblique references, but they'd be anecdotally, as regards evidence, to other parts of the country.
But you're sure of what you're saying with regard to the Northeast?
Yes, I'm unfortunately rather sure of that. And what has come to light is that it is not so surprising for a lot of people that there are covens amongst the very educated class, architects, doctors, lawyers, priests, brokers, and the leisure class.
These are people who have made pacts with the devil.
That's right. It's really the best, the more accurate way of describing it would be that they have indulged themselves in the worship of the goat, of the prince, of the serpent, of Satan, of Lucifer, and they lead perfectly normal lives. They're jewel merchants. They travel. They're prominent in their own way, but they do have this indulgence.
Father, here's a part of that I can never understand, that has never made sense to me, and that is, if somebody were to make a pact with the devil, then obviously the implication is if the devil is there to make a pact with them, to make a deal, to make their life, their short mortal life on earth, pleasurable, with money or women or travel,
more interesting,
whatever it is they want.
Yes.
Then they are aware of the presence of the devil, and they are obviously aware then of the presence of God as well, and they nevertheless make a conscious, stupid, short-term, blind choice to take what they can get in this lifetime. And to embrace one, you must embrace the other. It's not like it's some wishy-washy person.
I know you do. It is a very not easy to understand, except when you talk with them, when they let their hair down and peel grapes, as we say, and when they're on their way to being cured of or healed is the proper word. You find that there's an exhilaration and a satisfaction which is both sensual and sexual and mental when they really indulge in Luciferian worship. There is a peculiar exhilaration.
Like a drug, then?
Yes, it's a peculiar exhilaration. And of course, the godly instincts in us all, the angelic in us all, because we all have something angelic and something godly, besides everything else, a lot of other negative things, that is quenched. And you find in them a horror of anything what we call sacred and holy or sacrosanct, or the idea of the sacred, of the awesome.
I only heard this once, Father. We talked about this. I interviewed a Satanist. Her name was Patsy. And this caused a great deal of controversy after the last program that I did with you. I got many, many messages about it. Patsy was a devil worshiper. No question about it. No question about it. Toward the end of the program, she revealed to me that her husband had murdered her little child, a several-year-old child. And she said, I said to her, well, you're sure not going to be with your daughter, are you? In other words, your daughter's going to be in heaven, and you're going to be acknowledged you're going to be in hell. She said, oh, no, I took steps to ensure that my daughter would be in hell with me. And I asked you about that. Was that possible, I asked? And you said yes. And then, by the way, you're not the only one who said yes. A couple of other experts said the same thing.
Sure.
And people just went berserk. They said, no, it can't be.
I'm sorry, it is. You see, sometimes we moderns think with a very peculiar and artificial frame of reference as regards the human soul and the human mind. We're not talking, if we really are realistic, we're talking about the basic inclination of the human soul, the human spirit, and not about some informed concept.
So we are making these statements based on what our own frame of reference is.
That's right. Exactly.
Not what spiritual reality is.
Exactly. And it's a frightening thing when you come across what we all know is called bad seed. It's a frightening thing. It's like those two little boys in England that were that boy in England who killed off two of his little children. It's a frightening thing when you meet it because it's utter art. Let me try and convey it to you and your listeners. You come across this extraordinary.
Father, I'll tell you what. We're at the bottom of the hour.
Okay, why don't we wait?
So why don't we wait? And this is something I would like conveyed.
Sure.
Stay right there. Father Malachi Martin from New York City is my guest. And we are about also to discuss what has happened in the Vatican hours ago. In all of man's living memory, there has not been murder in the Vatican until tonight. This is Coast to Coast AM.
Was the fact that there's nothing more appalling for the mind that I have anyway than to come across a person technically considered a child with the hard glare of consummate hatred and complete lack of the normal reactions of compassion and feeling and understanding.
Right.
And we do find that today, I was going to say increasingly, but there's a certain increase amongst the age group of 5 to 8. And that's a very disturbing thing. And it's impossible to say that it's developed by TV, by violence on TV, and that sort of business. We don't know. There's no official inquiry into it because many of the people who should be, like, for instance, there's one section of the FBI, I think, a bioethical laboratory or something, I forget the exact title of it. It's one of their institutes, institutes in Washington is supposed to inquire into it, but they poo-poo the idea of active Satanism.
Well, all right. Here's what it seems like to me, the layman. It seems like we have some soulless people being born. I mean, even little children, certainly when I was little, I remember I understood life, the value of life and right and wrong, and now we have children that are killing, and when asked why they did it, they get really interesting answers like to see what it would feel like.
That's right.
That sort of thing.
That's right.
This is from what I would consider to be a soulless being, either that or otherwise, you covered the ground, television, the rest of it, so then why? What's happening?
Well, those of us who are engaged in the field of demonology always find, finally, the footprint of the goat, the footprint of Lucifer. And that is a very distinctive thing. Very distinctive thing. And what is disturbing is that many times young persons of this ilk are very brilliant mentally. They're not stupid. They're not dull. They're not yokels. They're not stupid. On the contrary, they're quite intelligent, outstrip their peers.
Well, in an academic sense, yes.
In an academic sense. And that's a bit frightening because they're intelligent and they dodge the issue. And the whole thing is very disturbing. And of course it goes back to the breakdown of the family as such in our population. I mean, take for instance the figure which is solid, that 33% of all births are illegitimate.
33% of all births are illegitimate.
That's right.
Well, fully 1/3.
Yep. And sociologists are weary and tired out depicting the general tendency amongst the illegitimate to all sorts of perversions and deficiencies, societal and personal. So I suppose that's part of that picture, but there's still this footprint, this touch of Satanism. Yes, it's a smell, it's a print. You know that some being with a hoof, to use the image, with cloven hoofs, as you know, the Irish have a tradition that if you have a vision, an apparition of somebody who claims to be the Virgin Mary or Christ and or a saint, always look at the feet. This is the Irish idea that they can imitate everything except he can't hide his cloven feet. But it's an Irish pishogue, as they say in Gaelic. It's an Irish saying, but there's a lot in it. And I know apparitions or appearances of the Virgin that took place in various parts of Europe, and people who took photographs of the visions and apparitions could never get a picture of their feet. It's an Irish thing.
An Irish thing.
Yes.
I have a question for my wife, which is kind of an odd question. I don't know why she's asking this, but I'll ask it, and it is the following. With respect to exorcisms, has it ever occurred, Father, that anybody listening to the tape of an exorcism, or in fact watching a videotape of an exorcism, has, as a result of that, been possessed?
Well, the answer is this. It has happened in our records.
Really?
People who looked at or saw tapes, because we make videotapes, which are very private, or audio tapes of exorcisms, that they, rare enough anyway, that they went for a pact. They invited demonic invasion. Yes, I know.
There's a lot of very weak people out there spiritually,
and it's very exciting. I remember well being brought into a discussion about 10 years ago now in New York, in a very fashionable hotel, by people who wanted desperately to participate in a Satanist exorcism. First of all, in Satanist rule rights, and doing everything that Satanists did. And I had to keep on warning them, you can't do that with impunity. But they wanted the thrill of it.
Well, to some degree, I understand that. In other words, to view an exorcism, to see the presence of Satan, confirms the presence of God. And I know you need no such confirmation, but for many, it would be a confirmation of that kind. That's why I have a hard time understanding why those who have confirmed that Satan is as real as can be can choose that path. It's just unimaginable to me.
Because one basic reason is that once you delve into it, once you tamper with it, it does infection. It gives power to that evil spirit, and you can't easily get out of it. There's infection.
All right. You were advisor to two popes.
That's right.
Tonight there is news that just hours ago, for the first time in living human memory, actually about 150 years, they estimate.
It's a very good way of putting it, in living memory.
Yeah, there has been, it says a member of the Pope's elite Swiss Guard apparently shot and killed his new commander and the official's wife Monday night, then turned the gun on himself, all within Vatican walls. A next-door neighbor found the bodies. The Vatican spokesman said this was all done in what he called, quote, a moment of madness, end quote. What in the world could be going on in the Vatican?
Well, I'll tell you, Art, a word to the wise. With anything like this that involves the inner life of a institution which has now centuries-old precautions against publicity and being known what really goes on there, one has to be very, very circumspect and careful about any details released about something that they can't hide very well. It's very hard to hide the death of two officials.
Yes.
And the wife of one. You can't hide that very well.
Well, it's not being hidden. Believe me, it's a lead news item. I've got the Reuters.
They can't do anything about it. But as to the details, the devil is in the details, as they say. And the details have not been published. We do not know really what happened, except that 3 people are dead. And one apparently, according to the official account, by his own hand. A moment of insanity, momento d'insania, yes, that's one way of covering the issue. It was a general blanket.
A very careful statement, a moment of madness.
Yes, it's a nice way of conceiving. Yes, there was this dreadful thing. What it does indicate is this: murder, the killing of another human being, the shedding of blood, is one of the sure signs of demonic interference.
But in the Vatican?
Well,
I mean, is that a likely target in place, or is that an unlikely target in place?
No. Remember, just 2 popes ago, one pope said, Paul VI was his name. He died in 1978, and I knew him very well. He said the smoke of Satan has entered the sanctuary. And I think you remember a book of mine published in 1996 describing a Luciferian ceremony within the precincts of the Vatican. And remember that the Vatican, the Pope, has in its entourage, he has the chief exorcist. We all know him, Father Gabriel Amort. And there are 8 employees, exorcists, that work both in Rome and Milan and Turin. So there is a lot there. What we've just seen, the crack has opened, and we've seen one effect of it. Put it like this, Art. For somebody in my position, from what I know of how this institutional organization works, it is impossible that there be a triple death by violence within the precincts of the Vatican, amongst Vatican people, unless it is impossible that should happen without demonic interference. Because the thing is should be in principle so sacrosanct and so preserved from such activity that it might take place outside, but not inside.
I was there. I was in the Vatican. And to contemplate that occurring is almost beyond...
I know that. I realize fully how it has impacted you, as we say. But, my word to everybody is, we won't know the details for a long time, if ever, in our lifetime. Just as other assassinations that took place in the Vatican, we haven't got the details yet.
The Vatican is its own sovereign state, is it not?
Absolutely.
So that the investigation, the details of it, the suspects, the people who would be caught, and then I have no idea what would happen in the Vatican if they came up with suspects. How are things handled in the Vatican?
Oh, they have their own way of dealing with that. So
Italian law in no way bears on the Vatican.
None. Now, normally, let's take a banal example. If somebody is found inside in the Vatican Museum trying to make off with a valuable chalice or something,
yes,
they of course, put him in the Vatican prison, which they have, and they call in the police. And it's, a normal thing like that.
And then they are turned over to Italian authorities.
Yes, they are. Normal evil. Normal violation.
Normal evil, yeah.
Yes, normal. But anything which really comes from deep within and betrays the presence of betrays that footprint again, and this does, that's dealt with in camera and dealt with away from the prying eyes of the media and of the world. It's impossible for them to hide everything, and very early on in this incident, we all knew that something had happened, but the race in the various news media, the CNN, NBC, ABC, CBS, to try and get some substance to what they were hearing was fantastic to watch. Of course, nothing came out because the Vatican has means of choking off everything.
Well, the pressure on the Vatican from the media over this is going to be big.
It is going to be big.
And do you think they will just hold their silence?
They will, but there's always the inevitable tipster, the inevitable sale of news. And that's what will probably happen.
I would imagine that Catholics all over the world, which look to the Vatican spiritually, will want to know if their spiritual capital is under siege.
That's right. And then, Art, there's another consideration which is painful for me anyway, because I'm a papist, as you know, in spite of the fact that I have my criticisms of the popes I've served with and popes I didn't serve with. And I have strong critiques of the present Holy Father, who is my pope. But I have strong critiques of him. But on another plane, this is a dreadful slap in the face to John Paul II. Because this happened under his watch. No matter how you cut it, he's the boss. He's in charge.
So really it works in the Vatican like it works in Washington.
Yes, it does.
Good economic times, the president gets the credit. Bad economic times, the president gets the blame.
Exactly. Oh, yes, it does. And you see, it does reflect on his administration. It does reflect on the spirit he has installed now for almost 20 years, as Pope. And a lot of us have been saying all along, for a long time, there is a spirit of secularization going on in John Paul II's Vatican, which makes possible such incidents as this, and other incidents too, which have not come to light. So it must be a cause of great anguish to John Paul II.
I'm certain that is so, but you're saying even the what I would think of as relatively small moves, because it looked very non-secular when I was there, but these small moves would invite in the possibility, you're saying, of what has happened?
Yes, they do. They do. The old Italian saying, which I can't quote any longer in the Italian because I forget it, is that any crack in the wall and the wisp of Satan enters, the wisp of evil enters. And there is a process a gentle process. The intention is ecumenical. The intention is to be like the rest of the world. The intention is not to be so remote. But there is has been a tendency in the pontificate of John Paul II to be so accommodating. Let me give you one example. No pope, believe you me, Art, no pope of the 263 popes before him would have sat down with the leader of the voodoo priests of Haiti, which he did.
He did.
And he said to them, look, Father Maurice, I think Maurice was the name of the head of the voodoo expert priest in Haiti, look, we are interested in your religion and you should be interested in our religion. That is something which is unheard of in Catholic tradition. Or John Paul II himself has gone to a secret island of the Madagascar Republic, where he drank from the sacred water, from the sacred fountain of the god, of the local god worshipped. That is, or he sat in a phallus-shaped chair in India and had the mark of Kali put on his forehead.
Oh, my God. Father, hold on.
That is something which, violates...
Listen, are you suggesting that the present Pope may himself be under...
No, I'm suggesting that he has drawn on himself demonic attention which he could have avoided.
All right, Father Malachi Martin, hold it right there. That's plenty, thank you, to digest for the moment. From the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM. His wife shot another man who shot them, committed suicide. All of this inside the walls of the Vatican, the killing, the first inside the walls of the Vatican in our living memory. I guess there may have been 150 years ago something may have happened. And we were talking about that before the break. Just an incredible, incredible occurrence. And Father Martin began to say that Pope John Paul, I think this bears repeating and trying to understand, Father. Pope John Paul has been in some way affected himself.
It must be a cause of great anguish for him.
Well, you said that, but you said that he went to a voodoo. Now I'm not really caught up on this, Father.
Well, he went to Haiti.
Haiti.
He had a papal trip to Haiti, and during that trip he met officially with the head of I think it's 15,000 voodoo priests that live in Haiti, and sat down with him. We have the photograph, but I have it here in my files. And one of the things he said was, with typical John Paul II ecumenism, look, we are interested in your doctrine, and we think you should be interested in our Catholic doctrine.
How?
I know. It leaves you speechless.
That's right.
Or, for instance, in years past, when he went to India, John Paul II permitted a young lady in a sari to put the sign of Kali on his forehead with that red stain. And he sat in a chair chosen by the Indian bishops, which had the phallic shape. As you know, the phallus is worshipped in Hinduism.
Why?
Well, these were actions of John Paul II destined to create a great fellowship and feeling. For instance, let me give you an example which struck us all at the time and is not mentioned because people are afraid of being called anti-Semite. John Paul II went for the first time as a pope. He went to the synagogue in Rome. The head of the synagogue is a very respectable rabbi called Elio Toaf, very well known to all of us. And they sat on a stage, or a bema, as they call it in Hebrew, on two chairs, sort of catty corner, facing themselves and facing the audience. And in his speech, which is a very good speech, by the way, very good address, John Paul II said his only reference was, oh, by the way, you know, our founder was of your race. That's all the testimony to Jesus that John Paul II gave. And when his Vatican held a special Holocaust evening, which was standing room only, it was such a grand affair, with music and with a huge menorah lit by the grandchildren of people who had survived Auschwitz and Dachau and Birkenau, the Hitler camps. In his speech for that particular evening, which was a Holocaust evening, John Paul II consented to have the only crucifix in the hall removed in order not to offend his Jewish friends. Well, we consider that. For me to remark that, it's not anti-Semitism on my part. I've done more, I think, for Jewish-Christian relations than most people alive. That's the story you and I have never delved into, which we will at another broadcast, please God. But the fact we find this, no pope before John the 23rd, before John Paul II, would have allowed it. If a cardinal did that under any of the other popes, the cardinal would be sent away to live life out in a monastery on the top of the Sierra Madre.
Why has John Paul done it?
It is his form of ecumenism. And look, let me make quite clear, Art, for you and for everybody listening, this man is my pope. He does represent Christ. He is the vicar of Christ for me. And if he were to speak under the conditions of infallibility, I will accept what he says. But I am allowed, nay, I am obliged by my tradition and my faith and by previous popes to critique anybody, priest, bishop, cardinal, or pope, when I think they are in error.
So a pope, then, the pope, now I'm not a Catholic, my wife is, but the pope is supposed to be, is he not, infallible?
Only under certain conditions.
Help me understand what conditions those would be. In other words,
this, he must state explicitly as follows, put it in my language, paraphrase it but accurately. What I'm about to tell you is something I say as the successor of Peter, and I say it with the authority of Christ as his vicar on earth, to be held by all the faithful as a matter of profound, divine Roman Catholic faith. He must say that. Now, John Paul II has never said that about anything, even about the ordination of men and women.
So then he can do that on the one hand, though he hasn't done it, and on the other can sit down with a voodoo priest.
That's right. And in his famous encyclical, which has become so popular with progressive Catholics, it's called Ut Unum Sint, that they may be one, he discussed and outlined the way he would like to take apart the whole doctrine of the Pope's primacy in order to suit non-Catholics. So John Paul II has ventured out along the edges of orthodoxy in his statements and in his preaching. But whenever he taught, he has never yet taught error infallibly. He's never adopted the infallible mode. The infallible mode is something where the Pope says, I am now doing this as the head of all Catholics. I'm doing it as the successor of Peter, and it's to be held by all the faithful under pain of mortal sin. He has never done that yet.
Do you think he's, of course, very frail now, very old?
He's very frail, and it makes you cry to see his face. His left eye is recalcitrant. He can't keep it open or shut. His left hand is jigging continuously.
Yes.
He doesn't look at you straight in the eye because he's bent over. And by the way, I know a man who frequents him about every 6 weeks from New York. And he says that surrounding John Paul II, in his court, in his entourage, the hate is palpable.
The hate is palpable?
Hate is palpable.
Now, Father, when you heard about murder hours ago in the Vatican, were you surprised?
No.
You were not surprised?
No, I'm not surprised. I'm appalled, of course, and shocked, because 3 people's lives were snuffed out by violence, and but I know that we will, in my lifetime, I may not know the real facts behind it all, and moment of insanity is a beautiful expression in Italian, but tells me nothing about the reality. But surprised? No, I'm not surprised.
Well, when you said that the Pope's entourage, that the feeling of hate was palpable, hate of the Pope, you mean?
Yeah.
Hate of the Pope?
Yes, and of this particular Pope. And this man, by the way, is not a Christian.
I beg your pardon?
He's not a Christian. He's a technocrat who goes to the Vatican for a certain reason periodically. And he says you can't mistake the hate and dislike of this man in his immediate entourage. And so John Paul II is a pathetic figure, really. He lives with this night and day. There is no mercy for him. There is no compassion for him in his normal entourage. And he's spurned by the Patriarch of Constantinople, and he's laughed at by the Patriarch of Moscow, and he's let down by his cardinals and his bishops. He's an outcast, this Pope, and it makes me cry to know what he's going through. And yet, he has done things which we must criticize and will criticize in all trust and belief that he is our Pope, but has made mistakes. Now, the point in general about these killings, the murder and the suicide in the Vatican is that my point was that it's in his watch this has taken place, and he knows it. He's a responsible man, and he knows that this has taken place during his watch, and that therefore, somehow or other, he is responsible. He is responsible.
Would you expect a statement from the Pope?
No.
No.
Oh, he might make a reference every Wednesday, as you know, when he's at all in good shape. He gives a little sermonette from the window, from one of the windows on the 4th floor of his apartment in the Apostolic Palace, out to the crowd. There always is a crowd on Wednesday to listen to him. He may make some general reference which people will pick up on as a reference to this calamity. Because, believe you me, Art, ecclesiastically, papally, this is a disaster. There's no doubt about it. And it is a sign of the times. I mean...
Are we to know, will we know, Father Martin, when the Antichrist is with us?
Yes, we will. We have been given 3 signs by the Scripture and confirmed by all doctrine and teaching for almost 1900 years. And it's very simple, Art. There's, first of all, the first sign, the major sign is this. In his day, I mean, when he's active, because he's here already, but he's not active. But when he is active, there will be problems, human problems, confronting us as a race, as a society of nations. Problems we can't solve. Our best, the best and the brightest of our technocrats and scientists and theorists and leaders will not be able to solve them. He will. That's the first thing. He will produce the solutions for them. And people will be so overwhelmed with gratitude and with relief that somebody has the solution which works, they will say to him, and the second sign is this, you must be divine. And the third sign is, he will say, kneel down and adore me. I am indeed your God. Then we have Antichrist.
You said he is here now. He is not yet active. I have heard this, that...
He's alive.
The Antichrist is now alive?
And he cannot die until Christ kills him. He has this pseudo-immortality. And don't ask me where, how, who, what.
How do we know that much? How do we know that?
From the second letter of Paul to the Thessalonians. If you read carefully, those 3 signs are there. And the fathers of the church, the early writers between 100 AD and 600 AD, they're the early writers. The 2 Gregories of Nyssa and Nazianz and St. Basil, all those who wrote the Origin, the fathers of the church, the basic writers, they all agreed on the character and the signs of the Antichrist's appearance.
There are those, my listeners, many of whom believe that the signs are all around us now. The children, the blank-eyed killers, the soulless killers.
I know. That's all
the killing of exorcists, the ritual murdering of exorcists, murder in the Vatican, just to name a few of the more recent within hours. But there are people who will say, these are signs that he is with us now.
yes, there are signs that he is with us now, but the reign of Antichrist will be very, very signal, very clear. And the only source we have is that second letter of Paul to the Thessalonians and those 3 signs. And he has not yet started his operation.
Well, Father, I am not going to suggest that our president is the Antichrist, and there are many in my audience.
No, he's not. He's just a very naughty man. That's all.
Many who would. However, is it not reasonable to look at what the president is alleged to do on a fairly regular basis,
yes,
and then look at the national poll of approval for this president,
yes,
and make certain conclusions about the changed thinking and the acceptance level of what once would have been thought of surely as evil behavior by the American people? I mean, the acceptance of it.
Absolutely. But Art, you more than me, more than most of us, would I'm sure, appreciate the fact that there is now a growing gap between what the spin doctors create as the public mentality and what people are really thinking. And only if we had, do you remember what was it, Art? The Cube, Q-U-B-E. Do you remember that Cube business? The instant reaction through the television?
I do, yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
Well, there's a very good reason why they would never install that. It was instantaneous, and it was done by computer, and if they put that in, and every one of the 40 million Americans, or roughly the adults amongst them anyway,
yes,
were able to vote, I bet you the polls would be totally different about President Clinton and everything else.
Well, they might be. Father, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. My guest is the exorcist, Father Malachi Martin from New York City. This is Coast to Coast AM. Maybe it was intended that you be here this night, Father.
Well, Art, these things, I heard the hesitancy in your voice when you spoke about a coincidence, because in these things, I do not think there is any coincidence.
Yeah, I'm beginning to believe that myself.
There's a certain providence over things, and you and I originally were supposed to talk about 2 weeks ago, but we had to put that off for one reason or another, and we happened to latch on to tonight when these 2 things have come to a head, and other things have come to a head in the meantime too.
Before we leave the subject of the Pope and what has occurred tonight, Dan in Chicago asks the following.
Yes.
Please, if you can, tell us who are the advisors, that's in quotes, that recommended the Pope was safe to mingle with the darkness that is voodoo. I know it sounds like I'm being suspicious, but I just don't think these actions would be entered into without counsel. This could easily be the result of being too trusting with those nearest to him.
That's right. You see, the Pope has a theological commission of his own, 30 men usually. Some of them are not Catholic. Some of them don't even believe in God.
What?
Some of them certainly, leave much to be desired as regards the practice of Catholicism as such. And then there's that factor, number one. Number two, in the immediate entourage of the Pope, if you look at the people he frequents with daily, there is no shining light that you say, gosh, that's a holy man, that's an observant man, that's somebody you can look to for principles, Catholic principles. There is nobody like that. Anybody like that who had power has had his wings shorn, well shorn off him. And I remember talking to one of them recently, face to face, and he said, look, as a cardinal, what can I do? I have been stripped of all power. I said, Your Eminence, you can die. You can give testimony with your blood. At which he was mute.
Certainly he was. What do you see for the future of the papacy? This man is frail. I don't know how long he will be with us. If there are hands manipulating what's occurring behind the scenes, what do you think comes next?
Well, I can have lurid thoughts, or I can have sort of pacifist thoughts. I know that he himself intends to, if that has any valency at all, he intends to live past the Y2K moment.
As a matter of fact, Father, he plans to go to Jerusalem, doesn't he?
I know. He plans that, and it goes to Sinai. He wants even to retrace the steps of Abraham, who came from a town called Ur of the Chaldees, now in Iraq. If possible. He may be restrained in that, because did you see that the reason why the papal visit to Israel and the Middle East was put off?
Because of the problem, of course, with Jerusalem, is what they're suggesting.
No, the Vatican was very explicit about it.
Oh?
Yes, Toran, who is the sort of prime minister, if you want to put it, of the Vatican Secretary of State, said quite blatantly, the danger of war breaking out there is too much.
Well, it's another way of saying the same thing. Yes, there's probably going to be a war over Jerusalem.
That's it. And over the whole question of the Palestinian state, because Netanyahu doesn't want a Palestinian state, and I quite understand why he doesn't. But I also understand why the Palestinians want a state. There are more of them than there are Israelis, by the way.
Does the Pope intend in that visit, if it is going to occur around the millennium, to try to bring together the three religions?
Art, his dream, and it's the only dream John Paul II has had. He never dreamt of controlling his bishops. He never dreamt of improving the condition of the religious orders. He never even dreamt of spreading Catholicism as a belief. His dream has always been to create a dynamic, at the center of which would be Roman Catholics. Grouped around them would be the other Christian religions or sects or churches, Greeks and Russians, and Western Protestantism. And grouped around them would be the Jewish people. And grouped around them would be the Muslims. His dream was to make out of that a dynamic the world would have to respect. And it's his dream.
Is it your dream?
No.
What do you think
what's going to happen
will come to pass if he lives long enough and tries this?
What will happen will be that the institutional organization of the church, as distinct from the people who live the life of the church, the supernatural life of the church, that organization will cease to be the house of Christ. That's a very dire prophecy.
Yes, it is. It sure is sounding like there are a lot of people who are worried about the year 2000, about the millennium.
Sure. And not merely about the Y2K aspect.
And that's exactly right. And there may be, I'm beginning to discern good cause to be worried about it.
There is very good cause to be concerned about it. Art, I'll tell you, it is now what? The 4th or the 5th, isn't it?
It's now the 5th, most time zones.
May, 1998, and it's on your show. If I'm alive, I'll be then 79 and well, and we are talking. It will be a totally changed international scene and a very changed USA. And I'm willing to make a modest bet of $5 with you on that. About a very serious matter. And it will be the end of the papacy as we know it, and of the institutional organization as we know it. there will be an underground church, which there exists already.
Most endings are the beginning of something else.
So true. That's one of the truest historical statements you've ever made. And you see, Art, the comparison, please do not take this as outlandish. The comparison is Christ himself, the man, Jesus Christ, who was a very big man, according to the Shroud of Turin, and I firmly believe in that. But anyway, he was a big man, and he was crucified, and he was bled like a pig, and he died. And that body ceased to be animate. It ceased to exist and had to be put in the earth, because like every body, it was going to smell. And 3 days later, according to his followers, according to me, according to believers, he was alive and well in a glorified body. And it was really him.
Yes.
It was he. Redivivus, as they say in Latin. Alive again, and with the marks of his wounds, but totally healed, and he was glorified. He couldn't suffer anymore. And I think that that's what the Church is going to, the Roman Catholic Church is going to go through. Crucifixion,
resurrection,
death, and resurrection, and glorification. But in the meantime, we have to go through the agony in the garden and the Via Dolorosa.
It
isn't pleasant to think about.
I was at the very place in Bethlehem where Christ was born. They mark it. They mark it. And when you were there, when you were standing right in front of that spot, you know whether you're a religious person or not.
True.
You know. You just
know, Art. You know. Something inside you and everything around you tells you that.
Yes.
It's extraordinary. You recall my moment of truth there, too.
Father, here's a question from a listener. I want to try to get some of them in.
Yes.
Here's somebody who asks from Tucson, if there are demonic possessions, are there ever angelic possessions? What an interesting question. There are?
Of course there are. Of course there are. I know people, not many, but I know people, and I call them up in some crisis and say, by the way, such and such is needed in such and such a place. And they'll say, oh, well, there's help on the way. And they talked with their angel, and they live with them. And it's extraordinary. It covers the whole gamut, from young teenage girls to grown men in responsible places in government and in science and the professions, to old people, to little children. It runs the gamut. Yes, there are, because the thrill of the demonic, there's always that. I keep using that word because that's what attracts its adherents. Outweighs the angel. And then we have a show, there's a series of films on television about the angels. And, of course, it's a travesty of what an angel really is. And angelic behavior and appointments are treated like, I don't know, in a very, very non-angelic way.
Is there a war going on?
Yes, there is. There's a war every day. And whether you like it or not, we are all in it. And it starts in your heart. And it's with your hands and your feet and your body and your sexuality and your mind. And it's with everybody you meet.
I would like to read for you, Father, something sent by Dr. Richard Boylan, and it is on the Internet worldwide right now. Monsignor Balducci, a Vatican theologian, insider close to the Pope, has gone on national Italian television 5 times in recent months to proclaim that extraterrestrial contact is a real phenomenon. He announced that the Vatican is receiving much information about extraterrestrials and their contacts with humans from its embassies in various countries such as Mexico, Chile, Venezuela, and more. Monsignor Balducci said that he is on a Vatican commission looking into extraterrestrial encounters and how to cope with the emerging general realization of extraterrestrial contact. He provided the Catholic Church's analysis of extraterrestrials emphasizing that extraterrestrial encounters, quote, are not, in capitals, demonic, and are not due to psychological impairment, and are not a case of entity attachment, but these encounters deserve to be studied carefully, end quote. What can you tell me about this?
Well, Monsignore Corrado Balducci is now, I think he may be my age, in the 70s.
Yes, sir.
I think, what I can find out. He's not a blowhard. You know, he's not a publicity seeker.
Mm-hmm.
But the subject he discusses, and we're discussing now, and we'll be discussing this for quite a while, Art, especially in the light of things that will happen in the next year. We're discussing a subject which is so volatile. It's really the source.
Oh, you hit a touchstone there, Father.
With my ear. I'm sorry. Pardon me, and everybody listening, please pardon me. It's a volatile subject, like nitroglycerin. It's ready to explode, because here's the central nub which Corrado Balducci and everybody faces, is this. Until the relevant governments, and I realize I'm walking on thin ice here.
Thin ice, indeed.
Thin ice of security. Security. National security and international security.
Yes.
So I've got to be very careful. And Corrado Balducci, I hope, should be careful too. Until the relevant governments, and it's not merely the government of the U.S., but other governments, are willing to put in public the facts about what they consider extraterrestrial activity, it is impossible to make sensible statements that make sense, statements that make sense. And until they do, we're in the dark, really, as regards the general public. We haven't got this scientifically controllable facts, and I don't think we're going to have them very soon.
We have discussed this before, Father, but there is no question the Vatican has astronomical observatories all over the place. One on Mount Graham, for example, that somehow the Vatican applied every bit of pressure that it had and blew by all the environmental concerns and got that facility in place. And the question, just the good, simple, flat-out question, is what would the Vatican be looking for in space, Father?
Well, as you know, the central doctrine taught by the Church is that Christ, Jesus of Nazareth, was the Son of God. He died for all men, all rational beings. And hitherto, in the thinking of Christianity, this has been confined to the human race. Now, Balducci rightly points to phrases of Christ, of Jesus, that we pass over too easily. When he appeared to them after the resurrection, he said, fear not, it is I. All power has been given to me on earth and in the skies. And while Balducci knows that, as far as he can make out from the little details, the sparse details revealed by the relevant governments, that if there is any rational activity, technologically advanced beings, they're not in our galaxy. They're transgalactic. Mm-hmm. But we don't know. We have no concrete evidence. And it's like everything else, until we get concrete evidence given to us that we can touch and see and hear and measure, we're in the dark. But, of course, the Vatican is absolutely riveted by the possibility that there are rational beings, not necessarily human beings, outside in a transgalactic position, but we don't know. So the great proviso, the great temporary proviso is to say we don't know. We suspect, we think. Certainly, you see, in the time of Columbus, when he set out with those 3 ships to go to the Indies, one of the revolts, one of the mutinies he underwent was that the sailors believed once they passed a certain point that the nails holding the ship's planks would fall apart.
That's right.
It would disintegrate.
Right.
And they also had, we now know, the medieval myths about the men in Tibet, the 3-headed men and the 4-headed lions and the 5-tailed, 5-footed dogs, etc., which were all mythical creatures. And so a lot of people are inclined to say, now all this blather, all this talk about extraterrestrials is really, it's tricks of the demon. No, that's not rational thinking at all.
You're saying it is rational to conclude there is life out there, and obviously that's why they're looking for it?
It is rational to say that there is such secrecy about what is known by authoritative government centers that we have to wait and see.
All right, Father, hold it right there. Sure. Good long break. We'll be back from the high desert. This is Coast to Coast AM. Obviously is paying close attention to space, very close attention, and they are looking, I suspect, for something other than the rings around
Saturn. Yes. Look, Art, put it like this: if, perchance, I say now, it's an if, it's a hypothesis. All right, Art. So I on this because it's a very ominous statement. If the relevant governments, I stress this fact, the relevant governments were to submit to worldwide inspection and knowledge any facts proving the existence of rational beings, not necessarily humans, of rational beings outside our galaxy. This would be a crisis for the Roman Catholic Church like no other crisis in its 2,000-year history.
I have always presumed that myself, Father.
It would be a crisis of gigantic proportions. Look, let me give you a shadowy parallel to it. When Columbus did get to the Indies, namely get to the New World, and he brought back the news, and things had to go slowly in those days. Carrier pigeons couldn't do it, and they had no telegraphs. But when they came back to Europe, that there had been millions, but millions of human beings who never heard of the gospel, who never heard of Calvary, or of Jesus, or of the church. Theologians were stumped in the beginning. And they started a discussion, which is still going on, by the way, which in Latin was always called De Salute Gentium, about the salvation of the peoples outside the church, outside of Europe, which was considered to be totally Christianized. As St. Thomas himself, for instance, says that it's possible that Homo Silvestris, a man living in a forest in Dalmatia, possibly hadn't heard of the church, but all human beings had heard of the church. And suddenly they find out there have been millions, perhaps billions, of human beings that never heard about the church, were never baptized.
Yes.
The crisis was huge in theology and started a whole new thought in Christian theology, which is still going on. Now, if we find out there are beings, not necessarily human again, technologically advanced, beyond where we are.
And they don't come down already knowing of the Word of God.
They don't know anything about it. Supposing have they got souls? Were they saved by Christ? Must we convert them? Must we preach the gospel? Must we explain the Bible to them? We don't know. And the churchmen are totally unprepared for it. They're too busy fooling around with enneagrams and a lot of garbage of that kind. But serious theology, and remark, Art, it is I who say it, and I'm paid to know it. In the church today, in the Roman Catholic Church, there is no dominant school of philosophy or theology worthy of the name. There is no theological development, no philosophical development. Just a potpourri of modernism and of phenomenology.
Well, let me give you something that might fit right into that category. I interviewed a brilliant man, I don't know, a week ago, I think, 2 weeks ago. His name is Matthew Alper.
Matthew Alper.
Alper, A-L-P-E-R, and he wrote a book called The God Part of the Brain. And it is his contention that mortal beings, we are here for 70, 80, 90, 100 years, not long, that our brain, in defense of the entire concept of death, the brain actually developed in its own defense what he calls the God part of the brain, which compels those who are very much afraid of death to believe in something. To believe in anything, that even when you go and you examine the tribes that have not been touched by humanity, if it isn't God, they do worship something, and it is his contention that it is a natural part of evolution. And so that's about the best I can do in explaining his position, but it was well articulated, and I would assume you would put it into the category you were just describing.
Yes. Anyway, I being a Roman Catholic, I firmly believe that without divine grace, which is not at all produced by anything human, by any endocrinological development, or by any neurological development in man, in a human being, but it's totally gratuitous from beyond the stars and beyond this visible cosmos, and straight from the heart of God to people he has said he loves so much that he sent his son to be with them, to be one of them. I believe that's the Roman Catholic position on the whole point. And while there's no doubt about it that if one adopts the theory of evolution to some degree, it's so rickety nowadays that one is inclined to sort of stand back from it, like a bag of bones that suddenly is collapsing. But really, between you and me and the Holy Spirit. But if in the evolutionary mentality, as a hypothesis, because it's only that and still remains that, then I suppose we could talk about neurological and endocrinological developments from primitive man down to the present moment. But there is that chasm, Art, that chasm between me and the divinity, which is utterly unknowable and awesome, and I can never have it, and I desire it. I see its reflection in the beauty of this world, of beautiful people and beautiful things, but I can't have it of myself. I have no power. I must depend on this God bending down in the midnight of my human misery and saying, I lift you up to my level because I love you. That's the Christian message. And doubtless there have been evolutionary trends, although sometimes I come from Ireland, you know, and sometimes I must say, because I can being Irish, I can say the following: some of the people I used to know in Ireland certainly seem to have missed out on evolution of the brain to a certain degree.
All right.
But nobody else but an Irishman could say that about Irish people. Otherwise there'd be a revolution.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Let's take some phone calls.
Sure.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hi.
Hello, this is Michael in Lincoln, Nebraska. I have a question for you, Father.
Michael, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you. There was a big controversy a while back. It was in the magazines and stuff about the Pope coming out and saying that Mary is co-redemptor with Christ.
Yes, he's not going to do that.
Now, I was going to ask you, what is your personal opinion? Do you think that Mary is co-redemptor with Christ?
No, I don't think. Christ is the sole redeemer.
Okay.
But the position she occupied during his life, and the position she's occupied amongst Catholics anyway since then, and in early Christianity until the Lutheran Revolution, or revolt, I should say, really, in the 16th century, was that through her you reached her son. It's very easy, once you know the mother, to get the son to do things. But that he is the sole redemptor. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, now you're saying if you get to know the mother, then you'll get to know him. So are you saying that if we pray to Mary, Mary and the saints can answer our prayers?
Oh, yes, they can. Of course they can. That's why, for instance...
Now, in my Bible, I'm sorry, sir, but in my Bible it says that there's only one mediator between God and man, and
That's right. That's Christ, and he's the mediator. He mediated between Mary and got her the grace she got. She wouldn't have a thing except for him.
Okay.
But once she's been installed, she's a powerful lady.
Okay, now, is that what the Catholic Bible says?
That's what the Catholic Church says. But you see, Michael, for Catholics, the Bible is not the sole source of revelation. Bible is one, tradition is another.
Tradition
and the teaching of the Church is a third.
Tradition is a source of revelation?
Yeah, source of revelation. You see, the Catholics hold that every apostle, until the death of the last apostle, there was a continual revelation going on, which is not confined to books. It went into tradition, to actions, to customs started by the apostles all over the then known world. And those, you see, the Bible nowhere says that the Bible is the only source of revelation. It's an extraordinary, embarrassing thing to fling at non-Catholics, but the Bible nowhere says, I am the sole source of revelation. Nowhere says it. That was an assumption made by the Protestant revolt.
He's got a good point, doesn't he?
I mean, but the Bible says that the word, the written word, the Logos, is God.
Well, the Logos in that case is Christ.
Yes.
Logos, he is the Word. And what we mean by that, at least Catholics mean by it, is that Christ is God's expression of himself. Because, see, Michael, in God in himself is unknowable. I can never know God in himself. I can only know him in Christ.
Yes,
he's the Logos. He's the Word, the Verbum.
Right.
He's
the mediator.
Yes, he is everything, and he's the only friend we have in time and in eternity. You know, he's the only one who finally can give me light and give me consolation and finally give me immortal life, which I yearn for and I lust after, but I can't get by my own self.
Right.
All right, caller. Thank you very much, Father.
Yes.
You are familiar with the current science of cloning, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
There are many scientists who are now saying that they have cloned Dolly, they have cloned other animals.
And I'm sure they're cloning people. I'm sure.
Are you aware that there are stories now suggesting that blood has been recovered from the Shroud of Turin?
Yes, I know they say that. I don't know. I want to ask Captain Jackson, isn't that his name? Is the Air Force man who has gone into all that. I should talk with him one of these days. They say they have recovered that blood.
Yes. With blood, there would be DNA.
Obviously.
With DNA, there would be the possibility of cloning. And while it might be an unusual way to consider the second coming of Christ.
Yes, I get you. I get the picture. Yes.
They're talking of it, Father.
They are. Well, there's one difficulty in the way, Art, and it's this, for me anyway. It's this, that even twins, identical twins, with all these similarities and common instincts, they're distinct personalities. They're always distinct. And there's a marvelous study of twins that were separated at birth and then brought together in adult life.
Yes.
Which brings out this very clearly, that there is they have a common heredity.
Yes.
They marry the same type of woman.
Yes.
They're bald in the same way.
Yes.
Their pubic hair is the same, and their height and girth and their inclinations, but they have distinct personalities. They're very distinct personae. And the wife of one twin couldn't be attached to his twin.
But is it not possible to imagine that with the miracles that Christ performed,
yes,
if they get intact DNA, they will discover a difference in the DNA of Christ.
I'm sure they will find a distinction, a difference. I'm sure they will, because...
Wouldn't it kind of be the final irony, Father, if the scientists were the ones to propagate the second coming?
It would. But it seems to be highly improbable to me, but mentally, logically, scientifically, apart from revelation and the unicity of Christ, I must say yes. From that perspective, it seems possible. From the point of view of revelation and Christ's unicity, his unique position, it will never take place. But that's where faith steps in.
Well, there may be surprises that lay ahead.
There may well be. And the churchmen have to face them, and that's why there's a general closure, or really lip-sealing, lip-zipping amongst responsible churchmen in Rome and elsewhere about transgalactic beings. But they won't take refuge in saying that it's demonic playthings, it's the devil playing with our senses to deceive us.
Yes, they seem to be moving away from that.
Yes, anyway, it's not sensible because, by the way, in the whole history of demonology and Luciferian interference with human beings, there's no parallel to that, except unless you go to Goethe's Faust, in which you have his descriptions of the witches' Sabbath on their brooms. But that's all fantasy.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, where are you?
This is Zip from Juneau, and I have two quick questions for your guest.
Oh, Juneau, Alaska. The wet capital of Alaska. Yes, sir.
It does rain here quite a bit.
Well, rain, we're all... By the way, we're 79% water, and the rest is love. So don't run down water.
Well, I'm not going to call to talk about Bible or beliefs. I know where you stand on that, and I've accepted Christ in my heart, and I know when I die, I know where I'm going. So what I wanted to ask you, sir, was have you ever considered that UFOs might be the mythology of the 20th century, seeing how each civilization, when it's reached its pinnacle before it fell, it always had created its belief system around its technology, and since our God is our technology, wouldn't it be, just same to assume that we would create gods and its messengers in the image of technology?
Yes, I have thought of it as that. But in that I put the Star Trek series, and a lot of the science fiction, that it is a created mythology based on our technological advances, yes, as a mythology. But jeepers weepers, pardon my language, Art, what a poor mythology compared to Greek and Roman and Indian mythology. The richness of that mythology, the lessons for human beings, even in the myths of the Greek gods and legends, there's such lessons about human moral behavior and human behavior as such. But in Star Trek or in such productions, it's sort of a dry dust mythology that has none of the old moralizing, and I love the word moralizing, and I love moralizing tales. It is none of that, and therefore I haven't got much attraction to it, but I agree with you. It is a mythology created by our technology.
Huh. All right. We don't have a lot of time. First time caller line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes, sir. Where are you?
This is Ron from Minnesota.
Hi, Ron.
Hi, Ron.
Hi, Father Martin. I had a question. You said that you believe that the Antichrist is alive in the world today?
Yes, I do.
And I also believe this. I was wondering what your view on the rapture of the church is.
All right. Father?
Well, there's no... In the Catholic tradition about the Bible, the rapture and all that is overshadowed by the normal belief of the church for 1900 years that at one particular moment there's going to be a great assemblage in the presence of Christ of all men and women who have ever lived and are living, and there will be the general judgment and the particular judgment and the condemnation of the wicked to hell and the leading of the just to heaven forever.
Father, on that note, hold on. We'll be right back. This is Coast to Coast AM. Good morning. Aren't Father Martin talked of persons perfectly possessed by the devil?
Yes.
You can ignore this question, Father, if you wish. In the opinion of Father Martin, is Bill Clinton perfectly possessed?
No comment.
I had a feeling that you might say that. All right, let's go back to the lines. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin.
Hello?
Hello there.
Yes, this is Annie from Valencia, California.
Yes, Annie.
Father, I have a couple of questions for you. The first one being, do you know Dr. Charles Stinson?
Dr. Charles whom?
Stinson.
Stinson? No, I don't.
Out of Dartmouth?
No, I don't, ma'am.
Okay. Another question I had was, I understand that you were a former Jesuit.
That's right, I was for 25 years.
And what order are you in now?
I'm not in any order. I belong to a bishop, and I write books and go on radio and TV.
Right. Okay.
And that's when I'm 77, retired in that sense, but not retired in the active sense.
Right. You're still a priest.
Oh, I say mass every day.
Right. Okay. I had another question that I thought of, and I wondered if you could shed a little light on this. The underground city.
The underground church or the underground?
No, city. The underground city in or near Rome.
Are you referring to the catacombs below the Vatican?
No, I'm talking about an underground city that is actually in place now for the New World Order. Many of the Japanese and the Chinese and many of the European countries have started it's underground, and it's near Rome, but it's not...
Annie, you have the advantage I don't know anything about.
I don't know a thing about it
either.
Tell me. No, I guess we're going to have to wonder. She's already gone, but I've never heard anything about it. Here is a criticism, Father.
Yes.
Let me read it to you.
Sure.
Aren't you and your guests' comments are pointing out what most true Christians know to be the inherent blasphemous nature of the Catholic religion? Mm-hmm. Your guest himself made a blasphemous statement when he said that Jesus was, quote, bled like a pig, and, quote, excuse me, and he better ask God to excuse him too. Jesus was bled like a lamb. Anyone at all familiar with the scripture knows. I think he should make an on-air apology.
Well, I will make an apology if it hurt the sensibility of anybody. We don't bleed lambs, actually. We do bleed pigs. And I wasn't comparing Jesus to a pig either. And that's it taken like that, it is very offensive, and I apologize without any difficulty, and I won't use it again since I've offended at least one other person on the face of the earth with that phrase. And I see that it could be taken indelicately. And I apologize very much, because I venerate the Lord Jesus as my Savior.
Well, I'm sure the intent was not negative, and I understand what you're saying.
Well, I apologize. I sincerely apologize, and I take correction on that point.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Where are you, sir?
Really? This is Ron in Los Angeles.
Hi, Ron. You're going to have to yell at us a little. You're not too strong.
Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Go ahead.
Morning. Good morning, Father Malachi.
Good morning to you, Ron. What's on your mind?
I have a question about one of the Trinity, the Holy Ghost.
Yes.
Never explained to me. And I have a paradox for you. You said look to the sky.
Yes, that was in one particular period of last year.
Last year, 97, Christmas Eve, Christmas night, a halo in the sky.
That's right. Well, no, it was a period from the beginning of spring from the end of winter to the end of spring. Mm-hmm. There was a possibility that there would be some sign in the skies. There wasn't.
Yeah, I saw a halo.
Yes, there was, but it wasn't. It wasn't the sign I was looking for.
You were looking for?
Yeah.
Does the color of the halo make any difference?
I don't think so. The sign I'm looking for is not of that kind.
Would have been unmistakable.
Unmistakable.
Well, that's my paradox. What was it?
Well, Ron, I'd rather wait until we will see it, because it will be in the skies in these years. But it hasn't come yet.
Okay.
We will know it when we see it, unmistakably.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hi.
Hi, this is Charles in Tampa.
Hi, Charles.
I'd like to ask the Father, given that God is so incomprehensible, if he doesn't think that each culture will come up with a name and a mythology and a symbol set around God by its own cultural metaphors, and thus any other culture that we meet will know God, but by a different name.
Yes, if I understand the question, here's what I would say to it. Charles, that's the name?
Yes.
That he is unknowable in himself, but he has taken trouble to reveal himself. And as Jesus said, who sees me sees the Father. Who knows me knows the Father. And that's the only way we can know God, but we can know him in Christ. And whatever variation each culture puts on that, beginning with the color of the skin, because there are black Christs,
right.
There are yellow Christ statues, and there are Occidental-looking Christs and Chinese-looking Christs, you know.
Yes.
That cultural variation is only a human way of talking about one and the same person, and when we finally look on his face, we will find that he's unique to himself.
Well, of course, when you explain something to a child, you use metaphor because you're explaining something beyond his comprehension.
That's right. That's right. It's a very simple thing. It's a question of pedagogy. But I'm sure the reality of Christ is stunning and will entail every trait of beauty that...
Call toll-free 1-800-618-8255.
Than that. But we have got to wait until we see him in heaven, please God, before we know that.
Thank you very much, sir.
The cultural difference doesn't make a difference.
All right, thank you, caller, and take care. Dear Art, Father Martin has made several references to a different government in the United States in the coming years or so. Can he explain what he refers to?
Well, here's what I mean. I think that the tendency, in spite of the Congress, by the way, the recalcitrance of our Congress, I think that the whole concept of national sovereignty is changing, and that laws will have to be passed, will have to be observed and accepted in the states, not made by Americans, but made by greater bodies, to which we will be bound by treaty and pact and agreement. Number one. Number two, you and I, Art, have made various references tonight to the Y2K problem.
Yes.
It's coming on us. Apparently, according to authorities just published, the two departments of government in the United States who will not be ready for Y2K are the Department of Defense and the Department of Transport. But it does mean, and then some big authority, not Greenspan, but somebody of that stature has suggested that we should declare 3 months worldwide recession because we won't be ready for it. We simply will not have converted the chips to cope with anything beyond 2000.
This is what I am told by every single person who understands.
There's no doubt about it, but they don't want to frighten people. Therefore, I'm sure there's going to be something resembling martial law in some form or other. If there's that disruption of supplies of fuel, electricity, water, food.
So people should prepare with the basics.
They should, but the point I'm making, that's true. But the point I'm making is that we will be constrained by laws that change the face of America, at least for a while, and we may never go back. In fact, you can read spiritual writers writing currently who say this is a lovely, neat trick to impose Big Brother on us all.
Sure.
You know, you can suspect all sorts of conspiracies, but de facto, we are now walking into an era when anything can be disrupted. I must tell you one thing, Art, apropos of this, if I could take just 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
I went to the Emporium about 2 months ago to buy some food, and on that day, it's the Emporium here on 3rd Avenue where I go, and it's in the basement. And the lines were all crowded, and all the women were the tellers were dispensing their money, and the etc. People were walking out with their food, and there were lines, and there always are lines. And suddenly the electricity died out, and no computer worked.
Yes.
And we stood in mute silence, paralyzed. We couldn't get our money. They couldn't take our money. We couldn't get our food. We didn't want to go. We had already taken our supplies in the usual little carts they give us. But it was a symbol of what can happen when the juice stops. It was very frightening.
Yes. There was a movie that I recently saw, which I just at this moment cannot recall the title of. But it was about exactly that scenario. The power went off. And the power stayed off. And in the first little bit of the time, everything was relatively normal. People got candles.
That's right.
But very shortly, the food stopped. The sales stopped.
Tempers frayed.
Cars stopped.
Yep.
People began running out of gas.
That's right.
It turned into absolute anarchy, murderous, I might add, anarchy, very quickly.
And there had to be martial law.
Oh, well, where possible. Now, we are a nation of 260 million people.
Mm-hmm.
And really the only thing that allows law and order to reign is the basic respect of the massive number of people.
That's right. That's right.
For the law. And if enough of them turned against the law, there could be no law enforcement. There would be no law enforcement. There would be anarchy.
There would be chaos and anarchy. There's no doubt about it.
If you ever get a chance, my wife just handed it to me. It was called the trigger effect.
The trigger effect?
Yes, and it was about exactly what you were just discussing.
Is it a book?
It is a movie.
Oh, I see.
It is a movie. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Hello. This is Ron from Vancouver.
Hi, Ron.
Hi. And I'd just like to say it's an honor talking to you, Father. Actually, the very first time you came on, I forget when it was, months ago, was the very first time I started listening to Art Bell. And I've been an Art Bell fan ever since.
Good.
Yes.
Very good.
And I was wondering, this business about the cloning, I really don't think there would, if they would clone, it wouldn't really matter, because wasn't Christ's truth power spiritual, and didn't it indeed come from God Himself?
Well, you see, Christ was God, is God.
Yes.
Being the Son of God.
He's God's Word.
Yeah, it would be, that's why I said to Art that theoretically it sounds possible. Practically speaking, he couldn't be cloned.
Well, you know? Why would all the...
Unless God chose that as the method, Now, I just thought, sort of idly, what a great joke on the scientists, but...
Yes, it would be. The only thing is that the Revelation, which we're supposed to accept, and we do accept, says that Christ Himself, the historical figure Christ, will return in His entirety on the last day for the final judgment. And not a clone, but Himself, with that body and that blood and that divinity, which we receive in Holy Communion.
Have you given much thought to how far off that day is?
Yes, I have. And I don't use the word far.
I mean, we meet on a night when there is news of an exorcist brutally murdered, when there's news of murders and suicides in the Vatican, and things that are just virtually unthinkable, would have been unthinkable.
I know.
And these seem to be signs pointing towards something.
Of course they are, and the behavior of what we call El Nino is part and parcel of it all. And the earthquake in Japan, 7-point-something, is
7.7, Father.
What's that?
7.7.
7.7, yes. I consider that to be a part of the signs, but we, as usual, we're going to wait until it hits us over the head.
Father, would you be surprised to know that I have a very good friend in Australia who watches the U.S. naval satellite maps of ocean temperatures very carefully, and 6 months, or even better, before this El Nino began to build, he told us it was coming. Now, the El Nino has just started to lessen, and I just spoke with him, and he said, guess what? There's off the coast of Japan now, even bigger heating going on, indicating to him that there may be a larger El Nino building for this coming year.
My Lord, that is very, very... I'm going to retain that fact. It's significant.
Well, there are undeniable changes going on. A 75-square-mile portion of the Larsen B ice shelf just broke off. Scientists, yes, are saying that the entire ice shelf is now critically unstable, and they expect the entire thing to fall off shortly.
Is this the Arctic Circle?
Antarctic.
Huh.
The Antarctic.
Well, that is very interesting. I find it very relevant and interesting. You see, Art, I think that all of us, without going to extremes, we all have a feeling that something huge
is coming,
is developing and coming. We don't know what it is. We're being sensible about it. We're not getting hysterical. But there is something happening. There's no doubt about it.
No, you live one day at a time, of course.
You do.
And life goes on, but there is this building feeling of imminent change.
Right. There's no doubt about it. And it's a malaise really deep down inside us. It's a malaise. It's an uneasy, queasy feeling that we're sensing something which we can't name, and we're undergoing a change, and we don't know into what. We know what we were. We don't know where we're going.
Yes. An ending and a beginning.
That's right. It's a historic time to be alive and to be conscious. But when I think of my ancestors, my near ancestors, my father and mother, who were married in 1909 and who grew up in the Victorian era, my God.
Yes.
The tranquility and the peacefulness and the unsurprised behavior of their world,
Father, I have kept you up very late. I have one last hour of the program, as usual, which you are welcome to, or you may slip into the arms of Morpheus and grab some sleep. It's your choice at this point.
Yes.
What would you like to do?
Oh, I will go on.
You will go on.
I will go on.
Well, my lines are going crazy, so a lot of people want to talk to you. What I'll try to do is devote the last hour as much as possible to the phones.
Okay.
All right, very good. My guest is Father Malachi Martin from New York City. If you have questions for him, we will devote the bulk of this last hour to your questions. It is indeed a strange, unnerving night. Very, very, very unnerving. A double murder and suicide in the Vatican. A priest performing exorcisms themselves murdered brutally. Satanically. Strange times, wouldn't you admit, folks? From the high desert, I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
Which I love doing. I really love doing. And as long as I make sense, keep me on. Cut me off when I stop making sense.
By the way, you sound so very good. Bob Crane, we had Bob Crane send you a telephone, and Oh,
I know I got that lovely telephone. It's installed. I'm speaking on it.
What a difference it makes. All right. Listen to this. Hi, Art. Please tell Father Malachi Martin, this is from a programmer in Arizona, that the Y2K problem is all too real. No hoax. It's every bit as serious as he believes it is. If the problems had begun to be addressed in the last few years, there might have been hope. Now, it's too late. Prepare, Art. There is no better preparation than faith in Christ. From a programmer in Arizona.
It's very realistic.
And very soon as well.
Oh, yes, it's around the corner, Art.
All right, this as well. Please ask the Father to tell us anything he can, or he's willing to, about the prophecy of Fatima.
Well, the prophecy of Fatima, without going into my background in this matter, the prophecy of Fatima is not a pleasant document to read. It's not pleasant news. It implies, it doesn't make any sense unless we accept that there will be, or that there is in progress, a wholesale apostasy amongst clerics and laity in the Catholic Church, that the institutional organization of the Roman Catholic Church, that is the organization of parishes, dioceses, archbishops and bishops and cardinals and the Roman bureaucracies and the chanceries throughout the world, unless that is totally disrupted and rendered null and void, the third secret makes no sense. And number two, the other salient characteristic about it is that it means intense suffering.
I don't know what the
believers.
I don't know what the third secret is, Father.
The third secret, Lucia, Sister Lucia, who's still alive, the only surviving child of the three Fatima children. She's 89 now. She lives in Coimbra, in the Carmelite convent in Spain. She was prevailed upon by her bishop to write down the third secret. Our Lady conveyed two secrets to the children. We know the first two, but the third secret, Lucia, since she was the only survivor, refused to tell anybody. And finally the bishop said, look, we're all getting on in age, sister, write it down, and we'll send it over to the Pope. Mm-hmm. And she said, well, it's not destined for the Pope, it's destined for the people. Well, he said, the Pope will tell the people about it. So she wrote it down, and this is in the 30s, and then in the 50s it was conveyed over to Rome to Pius XII, Pope Pius XII, and Cardinal Ottaviani, who was the head of the Holy Office of that time. They put it away because Lucia said that it shouldn't be opened except by the Pope in 1960, because the thing would be clear then. So it was opened by John the 23rd in February 1960, and he proceeded to say that it wasn't true. It was unreliable. And the children didn't know what they were talking about. And Lucia didn't, because when she got this supposed secret from the Virgin, she was illiterate, and she was under 10 years old. So she couldn't know what she was talking about. And John XXIII, then in his opening speech at the Vatican Council on October 11, 1962, referred contemptuously to the three children as prophets of doom, and said, we today don't have anything to do with these prophets of doom, because we are in a different age. And so he suppressed the secret.
And it remains so today?
It remains so today. And it's Paul VI read it, Pope Paul VI, and did nothing about it. John Paul I read it and did nothing about it, but he only lived for 34 years as Pope. And John Paul II has read it twice and has done nothing about it. He has spoken about it in public, but he has done nothing about it. And that's the status of the secret today.
Do you know what it is?
Yes, but I'm under oath.
Do you consider it to be the ravings of a illiterate child?
No. It's a very exact description of what is now happening and apparently what is going to happen shortly, but in cold, hard terms. There's no exaggeration. There's no use of adjectives or adverbs or anything like that. It's a blanket statement, a very factual thing, stated baldly, with no adulteration, no flourishes, no purple patches.
In other words, they got exactly what they asked for.
Yeah, it's a frightening document. It's very frightening.
All right, I promise to go to the lines. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, this is Ron from Vancouver again.
Hello, Ron.
Hello, Ron.
Oh, you were on earlier, Ron?
Yes, I was.
You're only allowed one call per show, my friend.
Well, can you ask the question that I asked?
What question is that?
Is the sign in the sky that Father is supposed to see, is that a sign of a cross?
Well, I think you're not going to get your answer. At least if I read his comments earlier, you will know it when you see it. In the meantime, relax. First time caller line? Yeah, there you are. First time caller line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Yes, this is Eric in Houston.
Hello, Eric.
Yes, one quick comment and then a question.
Yes,
and in addition to the mount, I don't want to seem flip about it, but the mounting body count. Let's not forget the Archbishop down in Guatemala that was assassinated.
Oh, yes, let's not forget that. You're quite right.
And the other thing I have to say is you've spoken, very early on, you spoke about a secularizing tendency in the Vatican, and I'm just wondering if you're not looking at the past through sepia-colored glasses.
Yeah.
Leaving aside the Borgia popes and all that. I mean, in the last 100 years, there was a sort of, up until very recently, kind of a cozy relationship with the church in Italy and the mafia. You had the relationship with the Vatican and Mussolini that established the Vatican State in 1929. And then you had the fact of the Vatican accused of running Nazi war criminals on their way through to South America.
Yes.
Would you care to comment?
Well, you have sort of listed a series of deficiencies of Vatican officials in the last 30, 40, 50 years, although I would not characterize the relationship between Mussolini and the Vatican as in any terms loving. They hated each other, but they both profited. Mussolini wanted the support of the Vatican. He was afraid the people would revolt against him. He wanted its approval, and the Vatican wanted to break out of its closure and get its own sovereign state, which it got in 1929 only through Mussolini. So, but with that restriction, though, sure, there were churchmen who provided the rat lines for the escaping Nazis. There's no doubt about that.
How could that possibly have been justified?
It wasn't. Justified by money and ambition and stupidity and evil. And nobody's justifying it today at all.
How then, Father, does that separate the Vatican then or now from whatever else goes on in the world that we decry and worry so about?
Well, it's something which we hope will never happen again. There's no excuse for it at all. None whatever. And I'm the first person to say it was wrong. And that there's no excuse for it. It was a bad mistake by churchmen bent ideologically and not with any love of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no excuse for that. Now, secularization I'm talking about, though, is where the behavior of Vatican officials doesn't differ from the behavior of the Dalai Lama or the Archbishop of Canterbury or the Protestant monks of Taizé. And indeed, there is a great assimilation taking place. And that is secularization. Besides, the Pope appearing on the same stage as Bob Dylan. You know, okay,
yes.
but it's a funny situation.
Funny. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. Thanks for holding me over here.
All right, you're going to have to kind of yell at us. You're not too loud. Where are you?
Okay, my name is Brad, and I'm in Paulsville, Washington.
All right.
Brad, what's on your mind?
Hi, Father Malachi.
Hi.
Well, bear with an amenity. You've been a hero for, since 1974.
Thank you very much. It's a very nice thing for a poor old guy like me to hear. You must admit, Art.
Indeed.
Well, now to my question. I consider myself to be something of a seeker, and in recent years I've kind of stumbled across something I've read through another scholar by the name of Zachariah Sitchin.
Yes.
And he became such a center of attention for me that I went to the trouble of trying to learn some of these languages myself so I could read it in the original.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the things that I found reminded me a lot of what I was seeing in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
And am I practicing something that is akin to apostasy here, or what's going on with this? Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing, or is there a connection here?
You must tell us what you're seeing.
Well, I see the story of Abraham being told, but in a different way. Father Abraham. And I see it being told from the viewpoint of someone who is being visited by something that may or may not be of this earth.
Mm-hmm.
And treating with it as if it is a living thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it causes me concern on the one hand, but on the other hand, as it is something that is written in clay,
yes,
and something that is carried forward,
mm-hmm.
I really don't see Mr. Splitfoot in it.
Neither do I, actually, Brad. Neither do I. I'm cautious in my adhesion to it, but I don't see Mr. Splitfoot in it either. I'm just terribly cautious until I can get what we moderns call facts, you know. But I agree with you. I'm very wary of it all because I want to be sure of the facts. That's all.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Where are you?
I'm in Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay.
This might be a frivolous question considering what's been talked about tonight, but
yeah.
You performed exorcisms and things like that, and I was just wondering if it was possible for an evil person to do the same to someone who believes in God.
It's possible for a person who's possessed to what?
To, perform something akin to an exorcism on someone who does believe in God. In other words, for
evil to corrupt a good person.
Yeah, in the way that you would exorcise an evil spirit from a person, could someone do the same? Take a good spirit from a person. That makes sense.
Yes, it makes sense in the sense that I know of cases where somebody whom everybody would have said lived with a good spirit, was with the angels, was with the heavenly, was successfully turned around. Yes.
Boy. So many things seem possible that a casual observer and thinker of our Lord just wouldn't imagine to be possible. Little children condemned to hell by their parents who know how to do it, and
Yep.
And what you just mentioned. Father, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. It does move quickly, doesn't it? From the high desert, I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. a voice. So here we go. Yes. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hi.
Hello, Art. It's Steve from Vancouver, British Columbia.
Hi, Steve.
Yeah, I'm listening on CFUN.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say, Art, that radio doesn't get any better than this, your show tonight.
Well, yes, I agree with you.
Father Martin, thank you for being you.
Thank you.
And thank you for bringing such comfort to me and so many other listeners in this time of stressful times.
Thank you for saying that, sir.
I feel that so deeply. I have a question.
Yes.
Can we as a conscious feeling majority ameliorate the negative devil influence scenario of today?
Yes, we can, by prayer, and by fasting, and by having the grace of God in us. If we partake of the sacraments, we'll get that sanctifying grace, and we can mitigate it. The only restriction is that today there is no real coagulated community of believers. Instead, now we're broken up into small communities, and it's usually one-on-one. That's our isolation today, because in every country you can find, there are three components. There's the government, which is very important today in every country. Secondly, there's the business community. And thirdly, then there's a gaggle of organizations, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, everything from Mothers Against Drunk Driving over to the International Firemen's Association and the various churches, including the Roman Catholic Church, and we're all in the public square competing for men's attention. No longer is the church or a church or the church no longer has any privileged position in our modern public square. In fact, in the Constitution of the United States, whatever about Canada, the Supreme Court has said twice in the last 4 years that anybody who enters the public square in America with a religious ideology, he has no place. It has no place in the public square. It's a private matter. So that's the difference. But we can make a difference by having the grace of God and by our prayer and fasting. We can cast out devils. We can win. We can merit for other people. We can convert them by our prayers, because that's what Jesus died for. That's why we have the saints and the angels. But today it's an uphill battle.
I sure hope that we can, Father Martin, but it seems that there is such an insidious force.
There is. Today
is against us.
I know that, and you have to be very strong.
And the majority of the people are good people.
They are.
Why can we not purge this negative influence from us?
Well, you're asking me then, that's a very concrete question, really. And it's this, what has happened in the last 30, 35, 40 years? What I think has happened, the Roman Catholic Church, of which I'm a priest, and a faithful priest, and I say it deliberately so that you would know I'm not in any sense rebelling against it. I'm a part of it, and I say my Mass every morning and do the usual things a priest does. The fact is, I think that once the churchmen of the Roman Catholic Church drifted into grave error after the Vatican Council, I think Christ said, okay, you want to go that way? All right, but I'm not with you. And he withdrew his grace. And therefore we have this devastation of Catholic marriages, this devastation of Catholic religious orders, the major ones above all, Jesuits, Dominicans, Carmelites, Holy Ghost Fathers, all devastated, and the lack of cohesive theological thinking and philosophical thinking in the church is glaring and discouraging. Christ withdrew his grace, and that was his decision in view of our infidelity, because our churchmen were unfaithful and are unfaithful to him. I think that's where we are, but we still can have his grace. We can receive his body and blood, and we can be protected by the angels and the saints. But now we're in a battle. There's a bloody battle going on.
It seems that way.
It does. It is that way. It is that way. And even our Lord himself, the gentle Jesus, said, if we didn't mitigate those times, even the just would not remain in faith.
But it doesn't it seem so unfair that the great majority of the people are good people?
It does.
That we seem to have a minority
it does.
who are putting this great scourge upon the earth.
I know. It does seem that. And by the way, millions. The Catholic Church now reckons it's 1 billion plus membership, but millions of those have been led by the nose out of Catholicism into an apostasy, and they don't know it. But that happened in England from 1529 on. Millions of Englishmen and English women lived and died in grave error because of the leadership of a few men. So it's God. I don't know. My friend from the Bronx always says that God has a funny sense of humor. And this is not a sense of humor, but he has a way of treating things, and he deals with each individual soul delicately, tenderly, compassionately, but he deals with groups of people according to certain laws. And he always observes those laws. And that means that the innocent are punished with the evil. Christ himself, on his way to Calvary, the women of Jerusalem who knew him and whose children he had cured and taught were weeping about him. And he said, don't cry for me. No, I'm just the greenwood. And look what they're doing to me. What do you think they're going to do to you? You know.
All right, caller.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Here's something that I suppose we ought to consider, Father.
Yes.
Dear Art, I am writing in advance of Malachi Martin's scheduled appearance on Tuesday morning to convey some ideas to you on the subject of foreboding, to relate these ideas to statements that Father Martin made during his last appearance on your program, and to ask that you consider raising them with him as they pertain to his experience at some point during the upcoming Tuesday morning appearance. I think in cases when people have a dark sense of foreboding, that something terrible is going to happen to the earth or society as a whole, it's often because they are projecting scenarios occurring within their own psyches and personal lives out onto that world, seeing them unfold out there where they truly are not, rather than within the realm of their own personal lives where they are actually occurring.
That does happen. It's a true statement that of a lot of people. The only thing, Art, is that at an earlier point in this broadcast, you and I both agreed that the general feeling was malaise.
I do agree.
I
do agree. I don't think this is internalizing on my part or your part. It's absolutely real.
It's too general. If you read a sober journal like the Wall Street Journal, for instance, my God, no, all right, they're not pessimists, but their realism is very stark.
Very stark, yes.
Very stark. Or take the normal big newspapers and the magazines. There are some Pollyannish people, everything is the best for, and we have them in the Catholic Church too. We have a man called Carl Keating who writes rapturously about the new evangelization. And there's nothing going on at all in the Catholic Church except decadence. So we have those people like Carl Keating, and we've got to put up with them because they feel happy that way. They do attack the rest of us. But no, I take that criticism very, very well. We do incline to project things. But in this case, it's so confirmed by millions of others that I do not feel it's subjective on my part.
The last time, this is sort of a totally off the track question, but the last time the Pope was traveling,
yes,
there was rather extensive coverage of it on CNN, and they had you as sort of an advisor, I guess.
A commentator and advisor, that's right.
And every time that they would start to go to you,
yes,
CNN would break away.
Yes, they would. It's very funny. We all noticed that.
You noticed that, too.
Oh, yes, we did.
It drove me out of my mind.
I know, but the message I had to give was something that didn't sit well with the powers that be.
Oh, really?
It didn't. Obviously, it didn't because I was interrupted. But I got the point across, all right.
I see. I'll be darned. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Where are you, please?
Hi, I am in Colorado.
Colorado, okay.
Ma'am?
Hi. First of all, I just want to say, Father Martin, you are very much a man with the Spirit of God in you. I just cannot believe this is the first time I've ever heard you. And it's just wonderful listening to you.
Thank you, ma'am,
It really
very
is.
much.
Oh, well, you're very welcome, my God. I just have a question about Satan worship.
Yes.
Well, this might sound kind of personal for me, but I think it might apply to a lot of other people out there that might be listening.
Yes.
About 6 years ago, my sister and I started having memories of things that had happened to us when we were small children.
Mm-hmm.
We remembered going out in the desert. My parents took us there.
Yes.
And it was out in the Mojave. And there was like a ceremony with this leader. And I don't remember too much because I don't let myself remember. But
yeah. What age were you?
I was 8. So and she was probably 6.
Was there the use of fire?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you bring it up.
And what?
Now that you bring it up, yeah.
Yes. And was there any use of bones?
Oh, I don't remember that, no.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
But we both remember specific details exactly. You know, both of us remember the same thing. Remember a baby being killed.
Yeah.
And a woman upholding the baby.
Yeah.
And
that was was Satanist. There's no doubt about that. Usually, what they do is they either ate or, pardon my language, it's repulsive to our minds. Anyway, they eventually arrived at having the baby's bones, and they used that to make a certain type of, not music, but a certain type of sound, which they interpret as the voice of Satan. But it's always dead baby's bones.
Oh my!
That was Satanism. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, very much. That has what has gotten me through a lot of things. You know,
Good.
my belief that there is somebody watching over me and
Good.
whoever it might be. I don't know.
Yes.
But I
Did
guess
you ever consider Catholicism?
well, my ex-husband was a Catholic, and I used to go to masses with him.
Yes.
But that got a little bit hard for me.
Was it the new mass or the old mass?
New.
New, yeah. Well, that
It wasn't in Latin. Is that what you mean?
yes, that's right.
Yeah.
It is. Well, that got me down too. I never went to it, but
Oh no.
I always said the old mass and never said anything else. But the new mass would get me down anyway. But
Yeah.
I'll tell you, without prolonging it too much. Next time you're in prayer, ask our Lord Jesus to enlighten you and to give you strength and guidance, as He has up to this.
That was my question. How can I help myself to remember? Because I feel like I'm stuck.
I wouldn't be intent on remembering so much. I would be intent on what I do now as regards the worship of Jesus, who is God, and the cultivation of His angels, and seeking out some good priest, a good priest, and talking to him. And surely in Colorado you must find somebody.
Would they believe me, though?
What?
Would they believe me?
If they're a good priest, they'll believe you and they'll know what I know from what you say.
Because I have been to a couple of therapists and just mentioned this, about my past.
Yeah. No,
and they tried to turn it into something else. It was like they didn't believe me.
I know, they don't.
Yeah.
You know the difficulty is this. It's not therapy you need. It's healing. There's a big difference. Therapy consists of a mixture of conversation and logic and pharmacology.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, that's therapy, but that merely makes you viable. You can carry on. But it doesn't heal the soul. Only the grace of our Lord Jesus does that.
You're making me cry.
Well, that's clear, though.
Tears are very, very salvific, darling. Don't be afraid of them. But evidently Christ has touched your heart. And if you pray, he will send you a good priest.
Well, thank you very much.
God bless you, ma'am.
And I hope you have helped other people out there, too.
Please God.
You take care, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Father Martin,
yes.
The last time you were on, we gave out your address.
Yes,
and you got too much mail.
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No, I got a lot of mail, but we're getting through it all. And you see, it's unfair if people can't write at least a short letter explaining what's on their minds, provided they all realize that sometimes it takes a long time to get out answers, even short answers. But there's a desire to answer every problem, every question put.
All right, Father Malachi Martin, obviously. What is the address?
217 East 66th Street, New York, 10021.
Okay, let me see if I've got that straight. Father Malachi Martin, 217 East 66th Street, New York, 10021.
That's right.
And everybody, please do understand that there's a lot of correspondence that is coming his way, so you will get an answer, but it will take time, as all good things do. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Yeah, Art, I'm glad you have Father on.
Thank you.
My favorite
Thank you very much.
Father, two questions, one from the past and one from the present.
Yes.
During the time St. Paul was talking about, people were talking about the end times.
Yes, they
and
were.
People were selling all their property and giving everything away, and he said that's very bad. You should stand up right now.
That's right.
And can't that be used right now by the powers to be to make people give up? And in terms of the end times, wasn't in Acts Peter coming out and saying that the end times are now, and he was talking about great portents in the earth. And then in Acts 3, he says that Christ must make his dwelling in heaven until all time, all the earth is made anew, meaning that all earth is made under Christendom.
Right. That's right.
Could you comment on that? And I wanted to ask one more.
You've by merely repeating those words, sir, to my mind, you've said it all. You've really done it. There's no doubt about it. But when Art and I talk, we're talking about the fact that today there is something else taking place, which is apocalyptic in that sense. It's part of the end times. It's the emergence of a world you and I don't know, because I guess from your voice that we belong to the same generation, more or less, same cultural generation, same political generation, really.
Well, it is not only end times, Father, but it's end times for my program. I'm so sorry. We are flat out of time.
We are flat out of time.
Flat out of time, at least for this round. But one thing is for sure, and that is, God willing, you'll be back, and I'll have you back.
Lovely.
Father, thank you so very much.
So it's over for tonight.
I'm afraid it is.
That's all right, Art. God bless.
Take care, my friend.
Thank you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is Father Malachi Martin from New York. From the High Desert, I'm Art Bell. Good night.